Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gravity Rush Finals 2956. Hello to everyone that is at home watching. We're here to crown a champion today. And with me, we got some incredible guests with honorable mention, Jacqueline, who is not here today, but we got Tint, who's going to be analyzing and breaking down all of our races today. We have Lens Nation, who is casting with us, giving you guys that play-by-play of alongside Cyber Fox as well, who's going to be breaking down our pretty much our races while it's happening. But hey, everybody, welcome back. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, man, I'm
Awesome.
hyped. Can't wait.
All right. It looks like there's some excitement here. They just want to see some races. So today's, of course, race is happening. We're going to kick off things with the semifinals, and then we're going into the left ski ring. Is it the left ski ring? I totally forgot about it. I'm pretty sure it's the left ski ring. Freedom ring?
Freedom ring.
Yep.
Okay. I knew it was something ring, but anyways. But let's jump right into it. Sorry, a little bit of a troll moment from me today, but yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and start to look at the group results from the group stages, and then we're gonna come back to the desk here, and we're gonna break down and kind of predict what's gonna happen during these rush and break down the races for you guys at home. So let's take a look at the first initial group, which you had Dunk, Herbie, Neojet, Rain, and Marseille. So, of course, Dunk and Herbie are going to be in that first rush number one. The top two for each group are going to be racing and kicking things off in rush number one. So, Dunk and Herbie starting off in that rush number one, and then Neojet and Rain is going to be starting in rush number two. So, let's go ahead and head over to group two. And then, of course, for group number two, we have Liquid Prime, Ricky Ticky, Kiem, and Paper Hands. And then you have Liquid Prime and Ricky Ticky. That top two of that group are going to start in rush one. And then Kiem and Paper Hands is going to kick things off in rush number two. So, of course, with Zamzi being that fifth one, so Zamzi is, not going to be moving forward and disqualified from group number two. So let's take our last group here, group number three here for Gravity Rush. And here we have Shaqnu, Samtastic, Jake Rizzy, and Rook 37. Of course, Shaqnu and Samtastic very, very close, but Shaqnu was just having fun in that last group day. But those two are going to be starting off in rush one. Jake Rizzy and Rook 37 is going to start off in rush two. So let's kind of go back here and kind of talk about these groups here, right? So I'm going to start kicking it off to you guys here. Rush one, we have Liquid Prime, Dunk, Shaqnu, Samtastic, Herbie, and Ricky Ticky. For rush number two, we have Neojet, Kiem, Jake Rizzy, Paper Hands, Rook 37, and Zero Trace, which is substituting in for Rain. Rain had some personal stuff, so all the best of luck to Rain. Hope they are well, but Zero Trace will be taking that spot and racing for them today. So I'm excited because the way that the rushes are going to work is that rush one is going to go first, and then rush two. And then what happens is that the top two in rush two are going to move up to rush one, and then the bottom two in rush one are going to move down to rush two. And then that sequence is going to continue until we only have the top six to move into the finals. So there's going to be a total of 6 different rushes. All right. So rush one, and then the bottom two are going to move down. Rush one's going to happen, and then rush two is going to happen. And then the top two and bottom two are going to swap. And then we're going to run that a few times. And then for the last rush of the day, we're actually going to get we're going to run rush two, and then they're going to race with rush one with a total of 8 total racers. And then we're going to eliminate the bottom two of that rush. And then those are going to be the top 6 that move into the finals. So it's not going to be points based. It's going to be about a knockout elimination style as they move up and down between rushes. So anyways, I'm going to kick it off to you, Tint, first. Give me some predictions, man. Rush one is very stacked. Rush two, there's some killers there like Neojet. We got some incredible people on there that I feel like could easily go up to rush one. But give me your thoughts, man, on these racers that are going to be, jumping in today and kind of kicking this first rush eliminations
I
off
mean,
for the semifinals?
for the first round, my eye is squarely on Rush 2. Because what we have here is Neojet, one of our strong, long running veterans, against five hungry novices in the ship racing scene. Um, so, I mean, Keem, Paper Hands, Jake, we saw some absolutely massive, pushes from last go round on Yadar, especially. So these guys have definitely been putting in a huge amount of time. Of course, I can't deny my favoritism for the Frontier boys, Keem and Rook. I'm rooting for them all the way. Um, but this is also the race where they're going to be the most incentivized to play flashy, go for the absolute killer line, go for the fastest race they can, because until they get into Rush One, they don't have much to lose. They're going to be in it just to get into those top two spots. Whereas when we move over to Rush One, we've got a pretty strong field of veterans who've competed in this event before and other ship racing events a number of times before. But their primary focus is going to be on consistency, just trying to make sure that they're not in those bottom two slots, that they don't have any unfortunate crashes. And with the Freedom Ring being at Levski, there's a lot of ways things can go wrong. It only takes one Polaris deciding to pull out of a hangar in front of you to end your race real quick. So anything can happen, and it's exciting to see how these guys are going to handle the very field.
And then they better run those they better start using those tactical skills in the group tactical runs in order to dodge around those Polarises as they start coming out. But Lens, how you doing, man? I hope you're doing well. Thank you always for jumping on for this year's Gravity Rush. It's been a pleasure having you. But yeah, man, give us your thoughts on the racers and going into Rush 1 and going into Rush 2 today.
Yeah, man, finals. And if any indication I can bring from last year's Gravity Rush, which I was watching to prep for this, is like I'm very excited. And we have a huge pool of talent going against each other. And the track itself is the hero today. The Freedom Ring. It's crazy. I have been able to run a few laps on it without dying. Just so many challenges, and me and Sabre Fox will talk about them during the play-by-play. But the track itself, the kind of talent, this is a really good recipe, and I would like this recipe and this dish to be extra spicy because I'm very cold. Me and all my llamas, as you can see, we are supporting, man, Liquid Prime, Shaknu, Dunk, all together in the Rush One. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh man, I mean we definitely have a stacked day of racing, so I'm just as excited as you to kind of see everything unfold. Cyber Fox, what about yourself, man? Going into these rushes, man, what you got? What are your thoughts? Kind of share that with us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just up with the lenses llamas at the moment. That's fantastic. I just love being in this crowd. It's so good. For me, I'm just thinking back to our previous round actually, because we had quite a show, didn't we? We had a lot of racers showing off. We had Shaknu sort of, I think we described it as playing with his food, doing the spike maneuver to avoid the chaos, and then being experienced enough and confident enough to let people pass and then get through the pack. And here he is, so I'm excited to see Shaknu's performance today, just because he's got that calm, collected feel to him. We also had, who was it? It was flying, it was Liquid, wasn't it? Who was flying in fast forward in Skyscraper. And I just remember him just seeing the view, like as if he was just in a completely different, a different tick rate or a different FPS than any other racer. And of course, we had the Miners Ballet. I was talking about that as well. And all of those racers in Rush 1 were performing so beautifully. And this is a 0G track. So I'm expecting quite a high performance from all of them, to be honest. To split the rushes up, though, we're talking about Neojet being the veteran against all the hungry rookies, but Kiem put in such a huge performance in the last round, and I'm really expecting to see Kiem hot on Neojet's tail and like causing him a lot of trouble and a lot to think about, really. And then, of course, we've got Liquid Dunk and Shaknu in Rush 2, all in the M50s. I think we got 7 M50s in total. So I'm going to be really thrilled to see just how the M50s end up battling each other. And when they switch around, like we're going to see the Furies battle the M50s, and then the Furies battle the Furies, and then the M50s battle the M50s. And we've got a couple of Razors in there, and we got Samtastic in a P72. Bless him, what a brave soul. So I think, you know, it's going to be a very interesting story no matter what. And looking back before looking forwards, we've had such excitement and such character in the racing style. And now we're here in a new track with all these with these 3 ships and all these racers. Was it 4 ships? It's 4 ships because we've got M50, Razor, Fury, and P72. I'm just so thrilled to see what they're going to pull out of the bag here today.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one here. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I don't want to say I want to see upsets, but I want to see some lead changes. I want to see some really big things happening between the rushes, because that's why this whole momentum is happening. Kind of like Tint already mentioned, like we are in the PU. This is gonna be 0G. And I believe throughout the entire group stage, there's only been 2 0G maps, and this is pretty much the 3rd one. Every other race has been all in pretty much, you know, in atmospheric, in different, you know, atmospheric stages with different variables of, you know, gravity. But I mean, I'm excited to see, you know, this is new for everybody. Hopefully everybody's been practicing. You know, PU, I would say, performance is also in play. But everybody looks to be practicing, so they could be any little mistakes can really, you know, kind of make that really demote you or promote you. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. But with that being said, like I said, Jacqueline is not here today, who is helping us analyze our race. But hey, he did leave us with a little bit of something. So he's going to be breaking down the Levski Freedom Ring for us. So let's go take a look at the video so you guys can see the track that's going to be racing today during the semifinals and finals of Gravity Rush 2956. We'll be right back.
We're bringing back Zero-G racing in the persistent universe with the Levski Freedom Ring, a tight track utilizing the standing structures of the Levski station. This circuit will test your skills at controlling your speed, your blackout resistance, and your reaction time as you weave through the tight areas whilst avoiding any players minding their business at the station. Lap starts in the gap of the tall landing platform and make your way to the edge of the pipe structure, staying between the vertical rock edges on your way. Start turning early to slow down to a comfortable speed as you make a hairpin turn through turn and burn, staying under the structure and finding a nice exit line over the rocks. Spot the flame vent marking the next turn and make your way around it, preparing for a loop around the yellow bridge named Tuna Roll. Dive down into the trench, and as you make your way through, try to spot the triangular cut on the rocks pointing you towards the exit line. Arc around the rocks and make your way up the impound, aiming towards the smaller crane structure. And make sure to stay within its boundaries and head towards the antenna structure in the distance. Another hairpin turn as you line yourself towards the last checkpoint, the pipeline. Find the gap in the structure, sharp right hand turn, and as you make your way towards the start finish, make sure to stay to the right of the flame vent to stay within the track limits. Good luck, pilots, fly safe and happy racing.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, that beginning, that start line looks a little bit, you know, very tight there, but honestly, the track looks a lot of fun, a lot of awesome hairpin turns. Any little mistake, you know, could really cost somebody that race, but I'm gonna toss it right back to you, Cyberfox. I just want to get your opinion on what we just saw here for the Levski Freedom Ring track. You know, and any thoughts, anything you think is going to be difficult or easy for a lot of these top racers that are racing with us today?
Yeah, well, we were just talking with AGT Madcat, who designed this track, along with some input from some racers as well. And he said that he designed it to be as comfortable for racers as possible, but also as challenging. So there are no turns, or I think there's one turn where you end up looking at a wall. So there's no chance of a desync destruction. So we shouldn't be seeing any upsets that aren't exactly a skill issue, which is thrilling for me. It's definitely a high risk sort of arena. We've got time trial times of under 3 minutes. So it's going to be quite a quick race right?
Yep.
10 minutes per race. And it's a live mining town bored into the side of Delamar. So we're going to have to avoid PU real racers, real citizens of the verse, miners, people going about their business in this abandoned station in order to navigate the track as well. So I think there's going to be some extra challenges here that we haven't seen in the previous rounds. They're going to spice it up a little bit.
Well, I am definitely excited for that. Lens, any thought on the Levski Freedom Ring yourself? Any other points that you want to make about this track going into today's race?
I love this track. It's really well designed, and it kind of showcases the Levski in a really good light as well. And I tried myself really to learn it, but yeah, zero G is not that easy. Um, the tuna roll, the turn, that is just pure genius. If you can do that maneuver, if it's very satisfying. I always get lost during the impound section, going down those rocks section. I just get lost there. I just noticed in Jacqueline's video, he's clearly pointed out that triangular section,
Triangle.
and I'm like,
Yep.
okay, of course, Lens. Now you know where to go. So at that section, coming out through that borehole, which is the uh, the 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 beautiful thing about Levski, that flight is beautiful. Also, that crane, and then you need to take a right-hander to go to the Baltox Redemption. That is also something that disorients me. I always get confused which side of us are going again because it all looks very much the same, but it's very nicely put together. Also, before you get to the clencher, when you do that slide across that ring, like that, as if I always think of that whole the top of the borehole as a cycle ring, and you just glide next to it. I can imagine if people like Sheknu Liquid, Herbie, when they're flying, how and executing it beautifully, how nice it feels to do that. So, looking forward to that. And the danger of collisions, the danger of crashing out is supreme on Levski, zero G. So, a lot of upsets they're going to happen. So, let's see how the finals go.
I'm going to hop in there just to say that the velodrome idea is a really nice one. I love the idea of like the cycling around. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
And I was
that's
just
the word. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I was just corrected as well. These time trial times under 3 minutes were for the entire 3-lap race.
Yes,
So it's not going to be
yes.
10-lap races.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. So it's going to be like,
You want to
I don't
know
know,
my time?
40-second laps. Yeah, go on then.
I think 8 minutes or so for 3 laps.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's good. I haven't raced
right,
it yet,
well-
but I really want to.
Oh
Mm.
man. Well, I mean it's gonna be quick here, but still gonna be fun. And of course, if somebody crashes out, they gotta like go out the menu, come back in game. So this should be fine because of that bug. But Tin, any last thoughts here for the Levski Freedom Ring? Now that we saw Jacqueline's video, kind of breaking that down for us.
Yeah, I was one of the pilots who got to test this out in its infancy and give some feedback as it was being built. And it's absolutely a wild track. It's a lot of fun to fly. It does a really good job of highlighting racers' skills, specifically in the area of speed control as it was originally designed, but it was also designed before the G resistance changes that we saw come in.
Oh, that's true.
So now G resistance becomes, I think, really the strong killer here on the track. And although there's not any easily decent clipped corners, there are a lot of corners that involve a heavy turn. So we're going to see these racers struggling to manage the G-forces as they come around the track, and different strategies that they use to make that happen be really the deciding factor in how consistent they're able to be. But I remember telling Louis at the time we were doing the original testing, who's organizing today behind the scenes, that I thought I could do maybe back in 4.7 a 1 minute lap, and I thought our real pro zero G racers were going to be down in that 40 to 45 second range. Today, I think under race conditions, we will be very lucky to see a 1 lap. And I would really hope that most of these racers are going to play it a little more conservative, aim to be in that 105 kind of pocket where they can keep turns a little less stressful, keep the G's under control, and make sure they survive the 1 laps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
One
that
thing
depends
that
though if people are chasing, right? Because like
Yeah.
if somebody's hot on their heels, they're gonna be blacking out because they're neck and neck. Somebody's gonna take it too hard, and then you're just gonna lose somebody, is what I'm predicting.
Well, one thing I was gonna say there too, Cyberfox, is that like because this is a new track, you know, we don't know the lines yet, right, for what these racers are gonna take, and I'm always excited to see what different lines, you know, people are gonna take to hopefully overtake or kind of, you know, get ahead, because it's kind of like when we saw Splen last year during Gravity Rush. The way that he races some of the tracks is not what you normally would see from pretty much the other racers. But the thing is,
And that's why
he
we
was
love him.
so
yeah.
good at that. He made it. Yeah, he makes it work. He makes it work, and he's fast as heck. And then I just hope that we can see some type of different, you know, lines and style going into this race, since it's not something that's, you know, everybody's practicing continuously in Arena Commander. So that's one thing I'm super excited about. So, but
Yeah, I think you're
but
right.
yeah,
I think I don't know,
yeah, go for
Tint, maybe you know, was there any were there any like group practices before now, or that all the racers just done their time trials? They've been testing it out on their own. Have they been practicing in pairs? Like, do you know anything about the background with what they've been doing?
A lot of the racers have been practicing as a group, which is honestly, I think, really good, especially for the newer racers coming to. One of the things that was kind of occurring to me as I was looking through prep for today is that this is, I
Yeah,
think, the
Tint,
first.
sorry, you're really quite quiet. You need to speak up a little bit. I think your noise gate is just a little bit low.
There we go. Yeah, so there have been some group practices going on behind the scenes. I know that especially that's going to be really strongly beneficial for our newer racers, because one of the things I realized as I was doing our prep work for today was that we have not really had a PU 0G race at this scale, I think, in over a year. So our veterans have experienced what this is like before. They have experienced sort of the
it.
ways that racing in the PU on live servers can suddenly take a hard left turn for you. But our novices have not gotten to do that. So I'm definitely hoping that all of them have gotten a chance to practice together. I know that the Sanguis Luna team, Fantastic, Keem and Rook, Jake have all been kind of practicing together here and there, getting together, getting some big group runs of the track. So we'll see how much and how strongly that benefits them, but I'm expecting it to be a huge difference.
Love it. Love it. All right. Well, as we get the race here shortly started, as the grid is being put together, just want to say one little thing here. As we go, we're going to kind of go over the prizes as to see what these racers are fighting for here in Gravity Rush 2956. But before we kind of go into that, I just want to say happy International Bar Citizen Day to all the citizens out there who are probably out there with the other citizens that, whether you're in Manchester, whether you're in, Austin, whether you're in Montreal, whether you're in Frankfurt. I hope you guys are having a good time. Be safe out there. But I just want to say, guys, thank you guys for joining us during this International Bar Citizen Day here. You know, kind of breaking down Gravity Rush, and to all the racers who's joining us. This is our celebration for Star Citizen during this entire Bar Citizen Day. So really appreciate you guys for joining us today, especially those of you guys that probably couldn't go to a International Bar Citizen. Thank you guys for joining us and watching from home. So now let's kind of cover some of the prizes that we have for these racers who are battling it out today. And today is going to be that day where we're going to be going to crown our champion. So, of course, we can see some first place prizes. We got the championship jacket. We have some digital ships, of course, the trophy, and then our medals as well. So, top three, leaving with some incredible ships across the board. Of course, some jerseys, some hardware, getting some flight sticks as well from some of our sponsors. Big shout out to Verpal Controls for sponsoring and kind of taking care of that part during this year's sponsorship here with Atmo Esports. So shout out to them. Of course, Corsair as well here, and then Pigeon Spaceport and Monster Tech. So shout out to our sponsors who help us kind of put these prizes together for our top three for Gravity Rush 2956. So. But I think I'm pretty sure we're starting to get ready here. I'll get the word here in a second. But any last thoughts before we jump into the race, guys? I'll kick it off to you, Tint. We'll go down the line really, really quickly. Just give us any last thoughts that you have. Anything that anybody mentioned that you kind of want to, chat about. But any last things that you want to kind of mention here?
I'm just very excited to see how our racers handle the G challenges. Consistency is king. in any racing environment, but especially here today, I'm expecting to see it pay huge returns. So, this could be the rise of Herbie. Show me
Ooh, I like that.
that strong consistency win. Just sitting in the steady pace at the back every lap and letting people die in front of him.
Okay. I mean, hey, that's a strategy that that until the game gets into that full performance spot, it's a valid one, to be honest. So, Lens, any last thoughts your way? You know what? Tell me, like, who do you like, Lens? I want to hear from you. Who you think is taking it home all the way? That's what I would love to hear. That
I love the commitment of Liquid Prime, and I have come to really appreciate his skill. But I think Shaq is out for blood. He smashed Dave Morelli this year. That was crazy performance. And I think he's on a roll now, and he's going to go for it. So Shaq there's no commentator curse, okay? So
yeah,
I think
that's a rip already.
Yeah.
All right, Shaq. Okay, I love it. I love it. Okay, I mean, have redemption from last year, right? So you really wanted to take it this year. So I feel you on that one. So Sabre Fox, any last thoughts here?
I just want to echo what Tint said. Zero G racing at this scale, we've got a race with 8 racers in that we're going to view. Going to have to keep up with that. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And we're going to have M50s battling out in Zero G, which I'm really thrilled about. It's all about throttle over fear, right?
Ooh, love it. Love it. I love the big shout outs to Haskaha and the team who worked on the branding around Gravity Rush. That throttle over fear is always such an incredible comment that they're just relevant to everything that we do here during the event. So but with that being said, the grid is about ready to go. Our first initial rush, we're going to be starting off with rush number 2, which means that we're going to see Neojet, Kiem, TTV, Jake Rizzi, Paper Hands, Rook 37, and Zero Trace kick things off in today's race here for Gravity Rush 2956 semifinals and finals. So, I'm excited for it. But with that being said, Lens Nation, Sabre Fox, it's all on you guys. We'll be back up here soon to break down all the action with Tint and analyze this whole new track here at Levski Freedom Ring. So take it away, guys.
Well, here we are, Levski, finally. I cannot wait. This is going to be an absolutely thrilling showcase of our pilot skills. How are you doing, Lens?
Yes, great. And once again, welcome to the real show.
Yeah.
I can't believe I did it all 3 streams. Shaq and Liquid Prime, there's some really interesting chat going on. But I gotta say, everybody who is here in the finals, the skill level and the perseverance that everybody has shown to be able to race like Liquid, Dunk, Shaq, Ricky Tiki, Herbie, Samtastic, and even in the second group we have Kiem, Jake Rizzi, Paper Hands, Rook, Zero Trace, Neojet, did I say Neojet? And Rain couldn't make it today. You're all winners in my book. I am just extremely happy that everybody opened their account, everybody scored some points. I was asked to pick one, and I don't know. I just really think Shaq is just gonna not destroy, but he will be very competitive. What do you think?
I think we're going to have so many surprises in this format. Just the format itself really excites me, especially with the new track as well. Going rush 2, rush 1, dropping 2 people and swapping 2 people between each rush. I think that's going to change the dynamics of each race. And so, we might have 1 or 2 people who stay in their rushes throughout to the finals, but I don't know. It could be anybody that swaps, right? So anything can happen, really. I'm just excited to see all of the chaos and all of the drama that happens more than anything. Now it looks like we've got our racers who are just up on the grid at the moment, and they're just waiting for everything to be ready. They're just getting their characters shaken loose, doing the hand rolls, doing the neck rolls, doing the shoulder rolls, making sure that their joysticks are all ready and everything and they're comfortable. We've got about 90 seconds before we kick off the race. So we're about to see, we're about to see Lenz eat his words, is what we're about to see, aren't we, Lenz?
See, the thing is, we are starting with the second group. So we are starting with NeoJet, Kim, Jake Rizzi, Pepperhands, Rook, and Zero Trace. Yeah, we're not starting with the Shaqnu Liquid Prime group, but we're going to start with the... So who is your favorite in this group?
Well, like I said earlier on, 60-second countdown, but like I said earlier on, I think Kiem's really going to give everybody a run for their money. He put on such a performance in the previous round that I'm just excited to see what he can pull off. I was looking at the times as well, and Kiem's put 3 minutes 7 seconds race time up as well, which is highly competitive. I don't think every racer here has a time on the SCR GG time trial bounty that they put out for this track. So some have been practicing quietly so that they can keep their performance a surprise. But what I do know is Kiem's performance is pretty high performance.
Wow, interesting. There's also a little bit of a glitch that it's not that easy to travel to Levski sometimes. It takes you hours to just, the jump point keeps throwing you back. Okay, over to you. Take the race away.
Okay, we got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my gosh, and Kiem is right off the line. First one around the corner already. Kiem and Paperhands and NeoJet battling out, pushing the Gs. Moving down towards
Here comes the
through chopsticks and into tuna roll, yeah.
Kiem kind of slowed down a little bit before making his approach to the tuna roll, but it's done really well. Look at the blackout! Look at the blackout! The blackout is the big enemy, the big killer in this one. Really tough section to go through this inbound section because it's very, very dark. Kiem is using the lamp amplification.
Yeah, and NeoJet is hot on his heels, chasing him down, but pushing it as hard as he can.
3 laps. Remember, 3 laps for every rush. So we are still on lap 1, so things can go wrong. Coming up to the Boltox Redemption from NeoJet's point of view, this is where the track gets a little bit easier before you go through this very tight velodrome. Let's start calling this velodrome.
Yeah, the velodrome, I love it. Through the pipeline, and Kiem has put in a lap time of 1 minute 0.2 seconds, and they're just coming up through the clencher to start their second lap. And we've had an upset already with Paperhands colliding into the side of an asteroid, and Rook is out as well.
Rook.
2 DNF, so they'll be moving down to the other rush.
Jake Reese is also struggling with the blackout, really just hanging on in there. Coming up to the tuna roll, but he's still in the competition. We can see NeoJet just in front of him. They're ready to go into the borehole. Yeah. Oh, NeoJet and Kiem both competing with, I think they're competing for the blackout winner. Who's gonna go?
Yeah, they are pushing it really hard. Zero Trace is taking it nice and easy. He's coming up towards tuna roll at the moment. But yeah, it looks like we got Kiem in the lead, NeoJet in second, Jake Rizzi in third, and Zero Trace in fourth. Kiem's lead is just extending as well. He is getting further and further ahead, as far as I can tell, through the clencher and into the third lap. What a start!
This turn, when executed properly, turn and burn, is extremely he's got a really good line. He's good. Now he's going to go to the chopsticks. There's not a single microsecond wasted.
Yeah, went over the chopsticks and around tuna roll.
Yeah, right on the
I'm not sure what the height limit is on the chopsticks. I'm going to have to get used to that.
He was within the limits. He was right on the edge of it. And going through the impound section to the grid, coming to the borehole. This is a really beautiful section. Oh my god.
He's really pushing it hard. He's in the lead, and yet he's still pushing this hard. He is hungry for it.
And he's almost at the end of it, and he can taste the victory and 6 points that he's going to take with him. But we're going through the Boltox Redemption right now. Coming up to the velodrome. Yeah, I mean, you were right. Kiem just absolutely blasted this one. And he and NeoJet.
Oh my gosh, having to dodge somebody coming out of the hangars as well. Did you see that? Looked like, what was that? Looked like a Star Runner.
That's how I died a number of times, yeah. And it's the nature of this track.
Neojet passes in second as well, and we got TTT Jake Rizzi just coming up to Pipeline to finish off around that velodrome, around the borehole, losing a little bit control. He's lost control.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh, and he's just DNF'd at the end. Oh my gosh. Zero Trace taking it a little bit easier, a little bit more sensible, and Zero Trace taking third place. What a finish. Well done, Zero Trace. 3 DNFs and Zero Trace taking third place. What a fantastic end for Zero Trace. Well done. Oh my gosh.
That was well done. That was very exciting first race. I'm very happy for Neojet and KM to survive this because, yeah, this is the first race, just getting warmed up, doing really, really good. Also, Paper Hands and Rook 37 were kind enough to give us a tour of Levski during this race. That's going to be something cool.
Yeah. I'm just noting down as well. Kiam and Neojet are going to move up to Rush 1. Zero Trace, well, not unfortunately, but won't be moving back up. Won't be moving up to Rush 1, even though he was third. And what does that mean? So that means in our next round, so Kiam and Neojet will swap with 2 racers. And what we're going to see next is Liquid, Dunk, Shaknu, Samtastic, Herbie, and Ricky Tiki. So it's likely that they're getting everything ready while these people finish up and put their ships away and get ready for the next rush as well. But what do you think just happened? I'm still reeling over the ending there.
Yeah, just avoiding a player, and as you start the race from the clencher, the gap where Zero Trace. Was it Jake Rizzi crashed, right? Was it a Zero crash there? I've already forgotten.
It was.
Yes,
Jake
Zero
Rizzi
crashed at the. Jake Rizzi crashed at the end. So if you're looking at that on your screen right now, that whole section, it has 4 hangars on the left, 4 hangars on the right. So those are also player hangars. So if somebody's taking off or landing there, they're right in the way of the track. So it's but more traffic we see is on the velodromes kind of section when you're coming to that. So players landing and taking off is not just like one off. This happens quite a lot on Levski. When I was trying to do the lap, I got killed twice by Polarises just taking off and not caring about me, and they just ran me over. So yeah, very good first race. I think it shows the. I am blown away by the talent of Kiam and Neojet, and really sad because Kiam was not here for us very first stream that we did, the first race, the first section. But my God. Oh no, he was there. I'm confusing him with somebody else. Sorry, my mind is all over the place. It's early in Australia, but really good skill by Kiam and Neojet. I think we have a great racer on our hands. This is not an easy track, and just to put that race on, beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. And you're right, it isn't an easy track. And I think the chaos and the dynamism of racing in the PU is just adding to the excitement here as well. Dodging the ships as they take off, they probably wonder what the hell's going on as well, which is absolutely brilliant. And we're just getting an official call, a little bit unfortunate, but Zero Trace DNF'd as well because there were several missed checkpoints. So he didn't quite clench it at the end. So now the story
Herbie
behind
saying in the chat.
Yeah.
Are you going to touch upon that? Because
you talk about
Herbie is saying in the chat. Yeah, Herbie is telling us that he only did a few laps to learn the track. So GG's to 0.
Exactly.
So I think that's where that happened. The checkpoints missing, but still great effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Zero got subbed in because Rain, who was supposed to be taking part today, was unable to play, and Zero Trace stepped up. So absolutely fantastic that he's joining us. He's still getting familiar with the track. He got told 2 hours before the race that he was subbing in, and he's still here. He's still up for it, and he still put on a great performance. So unfortunate DNF, but hopefully we'll see some excellent performance for him as he learns as he goes along. He hasn't quite put in the time as these other racers have over these last 2 weeks to practice, because obviously he wasn't confirmed 2 weeks ago. So very exciting to see, again, another sort of wild card here in our finals at Levski Freedom Ring. In terms of the ships... Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that. Yeah, that's a huge disadvantage. Just he literally found it a couple of hours ago that he's racing. So, my God,
Yeah.
considering that, awesome, awesome. You have my 070.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. In terms of the ships, I'm just having a quick look. So we had 4 M50s in that race, and we had 1 Razor and 1 Fury LX, and the M50s were piloted by Neojet and Kiem. So I'm not sure if that's enough to say anything about the M50 yet, but I'll be interested to see what the mix is like in the next race as well. We've got 3 M50s. We've got Liquid, Durant, and Shaknu in the M50s. We've got Samtastic in a P72 snub. We've got Herbie in a Fury LX snub, and we've got Ricky Tiki in a Razor. And now the top nav speeds, or the top speeds of, I suppose it's not really speed in space, it's velocity, isn't it? Top velocities in the ships at the moment. M50 1575 nav. I don't know how much of the track is at top speed. I know it's at top Gs. I don't know how much is at top speed. And the Fury LX is just over half that at 900 nav. And the P72 is less than that. It's just over a third. It's 620 nav. So I'm not sure if the snubs are at a slight disadvantage here compared to the M50 and the Razor at 1575 and 1450 meters per second. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think the way this track is, Sabre, you don't really have long straights to really push that to the extreme limits. It's more of a, because my God, like you have just turns. It's a very short and very sharp track. You're just turning and twisting and rolling and yawing after a very quickly of one corner to the next. So I'm not sure how much of the top speed is the important thing. I think G-forces, the blackout, as we saw Neojet Kiem, just absolutely pushing it to the limit, not blacking out. I mean, that is more, I think, could be a factor, how good a ship is. And what are they wearing flight suits? Because flight suits matter now. How much G-forces can they handle? So those kind of factors are more, I think, important. I don't know. P72 will be that'll be a tough spot, I reckon. But I think M50 probably has more advantage, as we have seen already in this year's Gravity Rush and Zero G.
Yeah, and of course, because of the turns and the acceleration, it's just how many Gs each ship can pull, right? So I'm gonna have to look it up, but the M50 has got to pull something like 30, 40 Gs or something, hasn't it? So I think
you can
still
pull all the G's. Is how many you can handle? Like
yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah,
it is going to throw people off, isn't it? You're absolutely right.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
but
acceleration.
The Fury LX can handle G's in all direction.
Yeah.
So the Fury LX. Sorry, I keep talking over you, but yeah, it can flip around. It can output maximum thrust vector on all different angles because of its Xi'an tech engines. So I think the Fury might be able to keep up if it can keep up with the Gs, like you're saying. So it's an interesting take.
I'm telling you, man, this is a very different kind of a track, in a very good way. When you fly, when you, I would 100% recommend go ahead and do it. When you do it, you will understand, like, oh my God, this really feels good. I mean, I just don't have the skill to really execute it, but and I crave for that feeling that racers have when they execute a lap really well. I feel that in ground racing, but I don't feel that in the ship racing. So it is a great job by Mad Cat and Laser and Steve CC, and who else worked with Mad Cat on this? I think we heard a few names, and everybody who worked on this track. This is a great job. It's a really fun track to fly on. And we're doing it in the PU. Of course, you have hangars, there's so many things to contest with, and it's a very sharp, very tight track. I mean, think about Brands Hatch, in the UK, that track. Like, that track is also very quick turns, not hardly any long straights. It's like that. It's just there's just not enough straights. You're always cornering, and thank God there are only three laps that they need to do, and it's not an endurance track, as Mad Cat was earlier talking to us about. Yeah, so we're gonna see that challenge.
Yeah, and I hear the grid is ready, so they're all set up. And I was just looking at the acceleration, the G-forces flat out, and Fury is 16.5, M50 is 18, P72 is 16.7, and Razor is 16.5. So actually, they're all within the same sort of 2G limit of each other. To get off the line quickly, of course, their mass doesn't make a difference in space, does it? Apart from like getting up to top speed. So 30 seconds left to go. So it might be that these are more evenly matched than I'm predicting, but I'm excited to see what happens.
Like Shakno did some really crazy stuff in the last one, right? Remember, he went up in the air on one of the ice skyscraper. Then he did the snake pit in third-person point of view. Let's see how he takes it in the semi-finals.
He's going to be tunnel vision for this one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Liquid looks like he's in fast speed, and Samtastic's taking a hit already. It looks like there was a lot of desync at the start. Shaknu's DNF
lost it
as well. Yep. Oh gosh.
And Samtastic. Looks like there was a collision between the two of them.
Yeah, there must have been some sort of desync at the start there, because I got to 3210, and then by the time the views updated, Liquid Prime was already at the first corner. So it looks like Liquid's in the lead, and just or is Dirk in the lead? It looks like they're very, very close. It looks like Liquid's got the slight edge, but they are neck and neck.
Liquid, they're proving me wrong. But again, his skill, very tight with Dunk. The swapping places, that's Dunk. That's Dunk,
They're battling for it, Coming around the velodrome, under the pipeline. Dirk taking an...
How good is that?
Yeah, through the clincher.
That's the satisfaction I'm talking about.
I love the stream coming out of the back of the ships. Say that again?
Whoa! Oh, so those were the player hangars I was talking about.
Yeah. So coming around to Tuna Roll, so Liquid is still fighting for the lead. Dirk is pulling that a bit tight. He had to compensate a little bit there.
Very tight. Very tight.
Very close. It looks like we've had another DNF as well. So we're down to 3 racers. Herbie is last man standing with Liquid and Dirk. Shaknu, Samtastic, and Ricky Tiki have DNF'd. Liquid and Dirk still battling out. Herbie in the Fury LX, pulling around into the borehole, making it nice and clean. Liquid coming up quite close to Chopsticks, coming around to Pipeline. Pipeline, not Chopsticks, sorry.
Showing us...
Dirk slightly behind him, coming through the clincher.
Consistency. Sorry,
he absolutely is.
Apologize.
No, you're good. Let's pull into Dirk's POV. This is absolutely thrilling. Dirk's taking the corner a little bit too heavy there. He's pushed his G's a little bit too far. He came in a little bit too fast there, I think. He oversped. He should have slowed down just a little bit before that corner. Coming into the Tuna Roll again. Liquid nowhere to be seen. Oh, there he is.
No,
this is the third and final lap.
Yeah, his trails are there. The gap has been the same to this section every single lap. That's the distance they're maintaining. This is where they all kind of get very close to passing up. Has Drunk overtaken at this stage? Because I think Liquid went a little wide there. Still front. Okay, here we go. Coming to the okay. Liquid is not giving away the position.
Yeah, it's
coming
just
to the
taking
velodrome.
different
this is
lines.
A very satisfying corner. And
so
now,
Dirk is cutting this corner a bit tighter than Liquid as well.
Yeah.
And Liquid takes first,
but the gap
Dirk takes second. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
It'll be
what
interesting to see what kind of
race.
lap times we had from these guys. They are fast,
Let's
I
cut
think.
to
Very
Herbie,
fast.
let's see where he is.
Herbie, Mr.
Yeah, 1.5
Consistency.
seconds between
Good
them.
Job. Yeah.
And Herbie coming through the clincher right now, start finish. Oh, just about. Yeah, there we go.
Look like, close to the left side. Yeah, but good job, Herbie. Awesome. The king of the ground racing, Herbie, the man. Gentleman of the
Oh,
sport.
that was sweaty. Oh my gosh. So who
Okay,
were
we're
the
gonna look at the
first
times
two
now.
to DNF there?
I think that was Shaqnu and Samtastic. They had a collision.
Okay.
But it'll be interesting to we'll have to go watch the VOD for this because I think that's what happened over there. Also, I want to see the time difference between Neojet Kim and Liquid and Dunk. I think the lap times we got were like 1 minute. The total was 2 minutes 59 seconds, if I'm not wrong, for Liquid. The fastest lap time we had from Kim for the total race was 3 minutes and 21 seconds for the total race, and we had
3 minutes 9 for
2 minutes
Kim, but yes.
Oh yeah, sorry. They swapped me. Yeah, 3 minutes and 9 seconds, and I think the fastest we got in this group was 2 minutes and 59. We'll wait for that to
Yeah, so that's
update.
quite a big difference. They were really pumping it, weren't they? To be 10 seconds difference, that's absolutely mad. Between Rush 1 and Rush 2, a 10 seconds difference is not going to help those races. They're going to be pinging about between the rushes back and forth if this pace continues throughout this event.
You know what I'm thinking, Sabre? You were so right. The format of this whole competition. So because of the collision between Shaqnu and Samtastic, that means they're getting demoted.
Yeah, and you're right actually pointing that out, because it might not be the same races pinging back and forth, because we haven't seen half the pack what they can do, because half the pack's DNF'd on this first two rushes. So yeah,
They
it is
didn't
going
even
to be
get
quite
to do the
exciting.
first
I definitely
corner.
think they didn't even get to the first corner, no. So it looks like
Shaqnu and Samtastic. Yeah, that's a huge upset for Shaqnu. My heart goes out to him. Absolutely, he's still my favorite. I acknowledge everybody's talent. Just gonna root for Shaqnu today. But wow, that was a slow performance from Liquid there for real. Drunks in the chat. Okay, Liquid. Well, Liquid said he was gonna eat Shaqnu nom, and he did it. He said that in the chat. He said, "I'm gonna eat Shaqnu."
that's so good.
Drunk
So
was
let's
going
work out
easy on
who-
me. Okay.
Love a little bit of banter between the racers. They're
Yeah.
of course, for our viewers who don't know, they're also in each other's ears while they're racing,
Yeah.
so that they can keep an eye on each other, keep the spacing, tell them, you know, I'm just on your left, watch out, sort of thing. So clearly needs a bit of closer communication on that starting grid, a little bit of more separation in order to avoid that. But yeah, I can imagine in the next round the banter that's going to happen when they're in their in-ear comms with each other.
They always do that. That's the fun of racing in the racing community of Star Citizen. It's all the war stories grow, the personal jokes come into play. Every year you build on that history. That's the best thing about this whole community. It's just beautiful, and new names keep getting added. Like we have Zemzi this year, who was awesome. We have Kim now,
yeah.
Jake Rizzi. I mean, it's a lot of new names that I'm seeing for the first time. Rook, Samtastic, I remember from last year. You know, then we have the veterans like Herbie, Ricky Tiki, Mr. Opportunity. And so Ricky Tiki DNF'd as well, right? In this race. I didn't even get to see that.
Ricky Tiki,
I think he DNF'd as
Razor.
well. Yeah, I think so.
He
I
must
can't
have done,
believe
because
first
we
race
had
I didn't
three.
even
We
talk
had three
about Ricky
DNFs,
Tiki.
didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
Ricky.
it was. We had 3 DNFs. So the next the next rush, we're gonna have Jake Rizzi in an M50. Jake DNF'd. We're gonna have Paper Hands in the M50. Paper Hands DNF'd. We're gonna have Rook 37 in the Razor. Rook 37 DNF'd. We're gonna have Zero Trace in the Fury LX. He did survive, but was disqualified.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because of
we've
the
got one
checkpoints.
person who survived, and then we've got Shaqnu in the M50 who DNF'd, and we've got Samtastic in the P72 who DNF'd. So in this next rush, there's only one racer who didn't DNF, and that's Zero Trace, who survived the entire first rush.
That has to be some kind of a record.
Yeah.
That's a cool stat to have. We're still waiting for the fast times because there seems to be a little bit of a glitch. So as soon as we get that, we will know what the picture looks like. Who are the fast racers after our first rushes? Well, those went really well on the racetrack, the Freedom Ring on Levski. While Ricky is telling us, well, he did not crash. He was just doing Levski pipe inspections.
Yeah, fair enough.
Always up with the humor. I love Ricky for that.
It's good to be in good spirits in high octane
Absolutely.
events like this, because you never know what's going to happen. And all of these racers, all of these pilots know what it's like to compete in these events. They don't take it personally. They don't take it hard if they do have a bit of a DNF or a bit of an upset. We've all been there. One slight bit of server lag, one slight collision, one slight,
True.
taking a corner too tight and blacking out does mean the end of your race for that round, but you just start up again. And the interesting thing about starting up again on we're going back to Rush 2 now, is that Shaknu and Samtastic will have had 2 races in a row, because they would have gone from Rush 2 from Rush 1 to Rush 2, and if they finish at the top, then they're going to go back into Rush 1. No, they won't. That'll be in the next one. I was thinking they'll have 3 races in a row, but they'll only have 2 races in a row. But Shaknu and Samtastic have to get themselves ready for 2 races in a row, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, so because you gotta get the ships from the hangar, fly over, just a little bit more time than the arena commander. But well, I'm pretty happy that so far no racer has been killed by a player going around their business. So that's good.
Good luck to
nice
them.
To see that.
I would love to see a player try. Honestly, you can.
Oh my
You
God.
can't even keep up with these races. And in Fury LXs as well,
well,
there'll be
hope
like
is
a
here.
blip on your radar for like 0.1 of a second, and then they'll be
Oh, yeah.
gone.
Yeah, it's an extra challenge, and you have to contest with it. That's the beauty. I mean, ideally, we would love to do all the races in the PU, but man, that comes with so many challenges. It's just yeah.
But this is what Tails 24/7 was talking about as well, because there's a crossover between high performance pilots and high performance PvPers as well, knowing how you can push your ship to the limits. So I'm sure these racers, if they came under any sort of pressure, they'd be able to handle it just fine. But what they can't handle is giant ships coming out of hangars.
They're all over. They're all over this. It's a very cool location, Levski. It's beautiful ambience. There's a great vibe, perfect for racing, and hope is here. right there on your screen. Hope is here. Hey, Quelsar in the chat. Hey, Quelsar, how you doing? Nice to see Quelsar. Quelsar does ground racing most of the time, and when in his free time, he drives trucks in SnowRunner roadcraft.
Nice.
Oh, I just read your latest comment, Quelsar. Yeah, that's a good game. We have a lot of time today to talk about what. Okay, just give me what is the second most played game in CyberFox library?
The second most played game. Well, first I want to say it would be great when we get Star Soil, right? SnowRunner, Mudrunner, all of that. It would be Star Soil in the Daemon Rally. That'd be good.
Don't give Chris Roberts more ideas, please.
I want that. I want some real tire dynamics on ground racing. That'd be fantastic. Some slippage, some stickiness, some mud, some displacement. That'd be great. Especially on Microtech as well. Some Star Snow. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, the second most played game is the Forest franchise at the moment. I am so into that. I just
Wow, the Children of the Forest or something? Or is it the no, it's the Forest. Is this the Forest? Yeah,
it's just called the Forest. Yeah.
The Forest. Yes. But this is the second game in that franchise, isn't it?
So
It was
they've
the
got
first one
3
and then the
now,
second
and
one.
I'm on
Oh,
Sons
the
of the
3 now.
Forest, so I'm on the second. The
Sons
first one
of
is
the Forest.
fantastic.
See, I said Children
Yeah.
of the Forest. I was thinking of Sons
Ah,
of the Forest.
yeah.
Yes, I was
Children of the
thinking
Corn
that.
is what you're thinking of.
Oh, yes. What a beautiful movie that is. Yes. Okay,
But,
so you like the Forest. I didn't know. I didn't imagine that would be your second most played game. But do tell.
It's similar to Star Citizen in the sense that it's rustic, realistic simulation. You know, these survival games have gotten to a level of technology where they feel really immersive. It's got a bit of base building in it. Looking forward to seeing the base building in Star Citizen. Can't wait for the Pioneers to come out. Going to be interested, you know, in the last video when they were talking about the Gatak Raylan, they were talking about how there'll be all types of ships, of alien ships, to fill in all these roles as well. Imagine the first alien base building ship anyway. But I love the base building in the forest, you know, cutting down the trees and you know, building your forts and things like that. It reminds me a little bit of Rust. And yeah, I love the narrative, I love the story, I love the environment, and just the realism of the trees as well. They feel very real, the leaves, the bark and everything. And I like things that are high fidelity, and I think that's what drew me to Star Citizen as well. It's just a high fidelity game. I mean, we can see all of the, you know, the crevices and the cracks in the rocks in this asteroid here. It's just insane, the level of detail that that modern games, and especially Star Citizen, go into. So yeah, Forest, but for similar reasons, I would say, is why I enjoy it. How about you?
Now, yeah, I want to add that the best trees I have seen was in The Witcher 3. They did it really well with the trees. Oh my god, that game also is very high fidelity. And just like you, yes, I like my games to be extremely high on graphics. That's the reason why I don't play Motortown that much. That's a really good game, and I know a lot of our racers play Motortown, and I like that game. The driving physics is great, but it's low poly graphics, and I'm like, they just don't gel with me. So yeah, that's true. The base building, talking about base building, Valheim is releasing this year. That is just the meta of base building. That game is so good. So that is also coming out. But yeah, my second most played game has to be, I don't even know which one. I play so many games. I think it would be maybe SnowRunner, I think, and Roadcraft these
back
days.
To Star Snow, here we go.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this the last time. I want farming in Star Citizen.
Yep, I do
growing
as well.
Growing Rantadung, growing... Yeah, no, I agree with the Tint. I agree. Motortown. Junk Plunga is crazy about Motortown. He was just showing me today his house that he's built in Motortown. He was so proud of it. So I spent so much time building his house and decorating it. He just upgraded his Mini Cooper today. He was like, look at this, we kitted out. Mini Cooper, it can go to 0 to 100 in this many seconds. I'm like, okay, cool, no worries. Yeah, but it's a very good game. Single developer making Motortown. I think he has hired a few people now. But yeah, farming, Rantadung. What other fruits are there? Heart of the forest or something. Yeah, I mean, farming in Star Citizen would be very, very, very cool.
It's going to be epic. In terms of the base building, now in lore, Levski is a small space harbor, right? It was developed as a mining town that was bored into one side of Delamar, and the installation spread in and around the borehole that's the main feature of this asteroid. And internally, the public transport, interestingly, is managed via a paternoster elevator, which is the ones that don't stop. They just go around in a loop, and you step on and off them, and there's no doors and everything. And there's Lift A moves in a continuous loop upwards, and Lift B moves in a continuous loop downwards. It's quite an interesting base to build, and it was abandoned in lore for years before UEE refugees took up residence. And the People's Alliance wanted to build like an egalitarian community here. They named the facility Levski in honor of an ancient Earth revolutionary, Vasil Levski, who shared their dream of this egalitarian society. And now it's evolved into a self-sustaining port of political activists and those wishing to escape the eye of the Empire. And I kind of feel like base building will do that for many orgs around the verse as well, because Stanton is very heavily like company-driven. What's the word for you know, we've got Microtech that are a major company, organization-driven. We've got Hurston that is very heavily corporate. I'm thinking corporations, right? And for me, I kind of want to escape from the corporations, so I'm very much in vibe with the People's Alliance, who settled on Levski and built their base here. And it's really hidden, really well hidden as well, so it's difficult to reach. The UEE can't really seriously dispatch forces to come and tackle anybody there, so they're kind of left to their own devices, left in peace. And that's the way that I would see myself living out my life in Star Citizen, finding a secluded area, finding a way to make it self-sustaining, you know, running my own trade routes, growing my own you know, farming my own resources, and doing all the mining. That whole game loop for survival in space is going to be really exciting, and it's going to change the game fundamentally for me. Interesting that Levski has that sort of vibe.
It is very. It's like the suspension of disbelief in Star Citizen. Not just Levski. It's just extremely up out there. Just like you said, yeah, Microtech is the software giant. Like they're into computers because cold climate. That's where that's what the whole lore comes from there for that. Lorville is into arms manufacturing and doing the exploitation of the labor. Arcorp is where you have the corporations. The whole planet has been leased out to different factories and industrial giants and companies like that. Crusader is owned by the Crusader Industries, the gas giant, because the levitating platforms in the atmosphere are perfect place to build ships. So the whole planet is meant to be like a shipyard. That's why we have those floating flotillas on the Crusader. And then it's really cool where this whole thing, the whole psyche and the ideology comes in to that this planet is this planet is that. And Levski, they're really doing it justice. It's just the development is so slow. Like, you know, I just, come on, hurry up. We need more. I think we're getting more planets in Nick's system this year. They're going to fill it up. Castra and everything is supposed to be coming this year. I'm not sure. But right now, I was just reading before we were getting ready for the Atmo that the hotfix is also broken at this stage. It's created new issues now in the game. The hotfix has launched, so just waiting for the game to get good, to be honest. And yeah, Levski, I would love to live next to you, sir. Do the farming.
I think yeah. I think the hotfix has clearly fixed a lot of issues, because there were many, and rolling that out was definitely essential. And I'm sure just after a little bit they're going to sort that out as well. So for a tour around the station around Levski, because we may have had viewers who have just joined us, we're going to throw it to Jackedin's video to tell us how to race this track while our racers sort out their technical issues. Over to you, Jackedin.
We're bringing back Zero-G racing in the persistent universe with the Levski Freedom Ring, a tight track utilizing the standing structures of the Levski station. This circuit will test your skills at controlling your speed, your blackout resistance, and your reaction time as you weave through the tight areas whilst avoiding any players minding their business at the station. Lap starts in the gap of the tall landing platform, and make your way to the edge of the pipe structure, staying between the vertical rock edges on your way. Start turning early to slow down to a comfortable speed as you make a hairpin turn through turn and burn, staying under the structure and finding a nice exit line over the rocks. Spot the flame vent marking the next turn and make your way around it, preparing for a loop around the yellow bridge named Tuna Roll. Dive down into the trench, and as you make your way through, Try to spot the triangular cut on the rocks pointing you towards the exit line. Arc around the rocks and make your way up the impound, aiming towards the smaller crane structure. And make sure to stay within its boundaries and head towards the antenna structure in the distance. Another hairpin turn as you line yourself towards the last checkpoint, the pipeline. Find the gap in the structure, sharp right-hand turn, and as you make your way towards the start-finish, make sure to stay to the right of the flame vent to stay within the track limits. Good luck, pilots, fly safe and happy racing.
We are at Esports. We set the bar and cross the finish line. Being the absolute best isn't a gift. It's a lifestyle, fueled by dedication. It is the ability to push past your breaking point, time and time again. That is why we're here. Join us in conquering the most unforgiving environments the verse has to offer. Unite under our banner to become what you were meant to be. Against all odds, stand victorious amongst the legends. Citizens from across the known systems, from all walks of life, across the criminal spectrum, the fiercest competitors will compete in the most remote locations. Only determination, your trusted craft, and luck can carry your team across the finish line in one piece. Become a champion. Or ride the sidelines to support your favorite team, cheering them to victory. Racing is in our blood. We are at Esports. We're built for this. Are you? Visit atmo.gg to learn more.
Well, our races
Here
are
we
up
go.
and on the grid. We are ready for our Rush 2. Now we have Jake Rizzi in an M50, Paper Hands in an M50, Rook in a Razor, Zero Trace in a Fury LX, Shaknu in M50, and Samtastic in a P72.
So now we have Shaknu. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, okay, we are in the other group. So we have Neochat and Kim from the previous group, and they're here. Let's go. 2 people move up, 2 people go down. The format of this competition is very interesting. You were here for the first Gravity Rush. Who came up with this format?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
30
these
seconds.
are
I think
the
we can
wrong
talk about this later, but yeah.
Yeah, these are the wrong names, I think. So the races that I called are the racers, and the ships are the ships.
Yeah,
And
that's
the names just
fantastic
need
in
to
the
be swapped
second.
out. So
That second person is definitely fantastic.
let's hold.
There we go. I hope that's correct. Sheknu, are you correct?
Oh,
Just
we got
nod
it.
it.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1, and go. Oh, they held it. Okay. So we're just going to sort the names
Okay.
out. We're just going to make sure that everything is correct. We're going to make sure that we can follow this race because we would like to do it properly. Here we are, 2 minutes to the start line. So this is fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for in production for helping this out. This will make a lot more sense with the viewers being able to follow. So, yeah, we got Shaknu and M50, Samtastic P72. We've got Jake Rizzi in an M50, Zero Trace in a Fury LX, Paper Hands in an M50, and Rook in a Razor. So 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. And so we are all ready this time. Absolutely fantastic. Any predictions for this round, Lens? And sorry for interrupting you earlier. Everything was a little bit of a mess,
that's
and
okay.
I'm glad we got it cleared up.
Yeah. No, I'm not predicting anything. I want Sheknu to do good, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, again, this is the round where everybody except Zero Trace had DNF'd in the first race, in the first rush. And so we've got 2 that have come up. Looking forward to them seeing their second race in a row. That's Samtastic and Shaknu, and making sure that everybody survives this race. It looks like everybody's loosening themselves up, as I said before, checking out, making sure the head tracking is ready. Shaknu doing his stretches. Everybody else locked in. Rook pinging to make sure that nothing is in the way. I think this is
I think he's checking. Yeah, he's just checking if anybody's on his
rear.
sides. Like he needs
Yeah.
to be. Yeah.
He's paranoid from the last time.
He's paranoid now. Yeah.
Making sure
like,
no collisions happen. Right. Well, here we go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, a much better
And
start,
we're
much
off.
cleaner start this time.
Ooh, wow, Sheknu finally seeing
Shaknu is pushing it really hard. He is drifting around. Oh my gosh. That is not the way I've seen this track flown before already. So Shaknu in first, Samtastic in second,
Very
Paper Hands in
much
third,
control.
Zero Trace in fourth, Rook in fifth. Jake Rizzi is frozen, so I can't tell his position at the moment. It might be behind Rook by the looks of it. Rook is keeping up with Samtastic though. We've had an incident. Jake Rizzi is DNF'd. Shaknu is leading the way. Samtastic hot on his tail. Paper Hands not too far behind. This is really, really close for this round. Can you make sense of what's going on between Samtastic and Shaknu there at the moment?
No, I think Sheknu is definitely quite far
way
ahead
ahead.
of Samtastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samtastic is he's just coming to the cleanser section, and Sheknu is on the turn and burn. And a crash
Paper
from
Hands
Paper
just
Hands.
DNF'd.
Oh my God, Paper Hands just crashed. Yep, just before the cleanser, so he
Rook's
was
just
unable to finish in
overshot.
1 lap.
Rook's just overshot and DNF'd as well. So I think what we're seeing is the top speed, the velocity of the M50 just overpower the P72 at the moment. We've had 3 DNFs, and we've got Shaknu, Samtastic, and Zero Trace left, with Shaknu in the lead, putting on quite a show, just throwing his ship around the corners, pre-nosing quite a lot, doing turn and burns
Quite a
on
lot.
every single corner.
Yeah, he's pre-nosing quite a lot, using his eye tracking to the most advantage. And we shall see what kind of times he puts on the leaderboard so that we can compare him with the other races, because this is the first time Shaknu will be finishing a race.
And he's crossing
only
the
the third race
start-finish
of the
line for the
day.
final time, I think. Is this? Oh no, it's still
one more
in.
lap
So
to
it's still in lap
go.
3. Sorry.
One more lap to go. Yeah, one more lap to go. Samtastic is still there. And Zero Trace is also DNF at this stage. Looks like there's only Samtastic and Shaknu racing now. And Samtastic really, really, look how far he has come from last year. It's really, really good. I think looking in the hindsight, maybe he should have picked a different ship for this year's Gravity Rush. But, well, nice to see he's still in there. He's doing really, really good with the snub.
Yeah, he's feathering the throttle quite a lot, boosting up and then losing the boost, and then feathering the throttle and coming around. Not struggling too much with the Gs at the moment as well. The P72 nice and nimble, nice and tight.
That felt like the nose was very close to the rocks, and maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, it looks like the P72 is struggling a little bit to change direction and keep momentum. Shaknu finishing in first, and Samtastic just quite a distance behind.
3 minutes.
3 minutes flat, comparing to our first races. That's within within a few seconds of each other.
Yeah, exactly. He's just 1 second behind Liquid, 1 second ahead of Dunk.
Yeah. So Samtastic just dodging the geometry here, coming around to Pipeline. Oh, he's going to collide. Oh, he just took it a little bit too high. I saw that coming a little ways off. Oh my gosh.
He'll still take the second position, but...
Yeah, the P72 is it's lighter. It's a lighter ship, but I've seen Samtastic struggling a little bit there with just the change in direction, whether that's up or down or left or right. Obviously, we're in 6 DOF at the moment because of being in space, but P72 just wasn't as responsive as the M50 on this track. I've noticed, or the Fury. It looks like it's handling slightly differently to the other ships. So on top of the velocity difference, on top of the max speed difference, the P72 seems to be a little bit harder to perform in this track. There's a lot of verticality to it, a lot of hairpins to it, a lot of changing direction to it, and P72 it can't really get up to the right speed and then accelerate as quickly as the other ships.
6 degrees of motion, they all come into play in this one. At times you literally are being forced to do the tricording maneuver in 0G, and P72 doesn't like that. It's not happy doing that, and we saw that today with this just now in this race with Samtastic, and in the end Samtastic ended up with a crash. However, Samtastic and Shaknu will be moving on to the other group for the next race. And Shaknu, very competitive time in 3 minutes in total. Let me check if we have his fastest lap time. So yet, not yet. We're waiting for that.
We had another race where the majority of the pack DNF'd.
Just
only one person survived. I know, Fantastic crash right at the end. Right at the end, but we had only one person survive.
Jake is saying that his internet just died on him.
Yes,
that one.
That would make sense. Yeah, I did see that we had something happen there. If you remember, I said I couldn't tell where Jake Rizzi was or what had happened, but it looked like he'd either desynced or lagged out. But yeah, it sounds like the internet was at fault there, which is unfortunate.
Also, I'm reading that Zero got lost on the track, apparently. Well, we know that he didn't get much time to practice. He only found out that he's racing it just 2 hours ago. So that is not beyond the realm of possibility. So yeah, getting lost on these tracks, if you don't know the track, is very much, very, very, very possible.
Yeah.
And Jake Rizzi is in with his predictions in the chat. He predicts that Dirk and Liquid will battle for the first again, and Herbie will finish all the laps.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe bet, I will say, on the Herbie one. That's for sure. Herbie always finishes all the laps. That's great. So it sounds like the racers are just about ready. They're just getting set up on the grid, so they won't be too long before we start the Rush 1. Rush 1 will be Liquid Prime, Dunk, Herbie, Ricky Tiki, Kiem, and Neojet. And I'll be honest, I'm again looking forward to seeing Kiem's performance against this more veteran pack. Now, there was quite a big difference between Rush 1 and Rush 2's times, about a 9 or 10 seconds difference between PM's top time and Liquid and Dunk's top times in the last race. So it'll be interesting to see
6 seconds.
Pans out was 6 seconds.
I mean, in the fastest lap, 6 seconds. Fastest lap, six seconds, but collectively, he was 20 seconds slower.
Okay, yeah. So the whole race was definitely a much larger gap. But we've seen all these races are pushing it. They're absolutely pushing it. And so, yeah, looking forward to seeing another exciting race imminently once they are set up. And how many M50s do we have in this one? So we've got Liquid and M50, Dunk and M50, Kiem and an M50, and Neojet and an M50. And we've got Herbie and a Fury LX and Ricky Tiki and a Razor. So I'm going to be looking to see how the Razor handles. Does it keep up with the M50s, or is it more of a combatant for the Fury LX? It depends on the way that Ricky Tiki flies it, of course. And can the Fury LX in Herbie's stable hands keep up with the M50s? We will find out.
Also, Shaknu's time is in. His fastest lap was 1 minute on the dot, and his total race time was 3 minutes on the dot. So he had consistent lap times. How cool is that?
Yeah, fantastic. So does that means so moving up into the next one, as you said, it'll be Shaknu and Fantastic.
Definitely.
But we're going to have 8 races in the next Rush 1 Plus, aren't we?
Hey, yeah, this format is still very new to me. I'm absolutely depending on you for guidance of how many races we are doing, what are we doing.
10,
so we are on the 4th race now.
8,
okay, here we go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Herbie taking quite a quick start. Neojet, yeah, nice spacing between all of them. Neojet's a little bit further behind. Dunk is he first or is he second
this time?
Dunk is in the lead this time, yeah, okay.
Because he
yeah, so Liquid and Dunk, I think, are neck and neck. And honestly, the pack is pretty tight here. So we saw Neojet coming around the other side of the tuner roll as well, only half a second behind.
Because I saw
so it looks
Dunk is ahead. No, Dunk is ahead because he did sped up like right away at the start. He was definitely ahead of Liquid, and he's still ahead. Let's see if he can maintain his position in this race. Herbie very close to blacking out. Kiem almost a Kiem blacked out and crashed.
No, Kiem! Oh, what are you doing, my lad? That's not what I wanted to see. Liquid coming through. Pipeline, Dunk completing his first lap. Liquid coming in second as he crosses the start-finish line. Moving on to the second lap. Herbie squeezing tight through Clincher as well.
Of Darkness. Gee, man, Dunk is not holding back. He was in the Shadow Realms for a very long time, and so is Herbie. Herbie's also playing the game now.
They are all pushing it really hard. Yeah, Liquid is just in the blackout trying to catch up. I can't see what's going on. Oh my gosh, I just literally couldn't see what was happening there, what direction they were all going in.
Liquid struggling a little bit with that corner, just trying to, just coming up to the Boltox Redemption. Oh, that was a very nicely executed turn. Well, look, he's breathing hard. Come.
Yeah,
is he going to catch
1 kilometer behind Dunk.
Is he going to catch up? No, yeah, not 1.4 kilometers. There's 1 more lap to go at this stage, and coming to turn and burn. Beautiful execution. Completely blind. He knows where to turn, where to slow down, and where to push the thrusters. Dunk is not letting go. 400 meters is the gap right now.
You can see Neojet and Herbie crossing the start-finish line as well. They're coming into the start of their third lap. So it's about half a lap gap between... No, sorry, about a third of a lap gap between all the racers. Liquid pre-nosing quite a lot as well. We saw this in the first round, coming quite tight to the geometry there, completely blinded to the borehole, rolling around to get its mains in the right orientation. Oh,
Okay,
Dirk is
taking this
further
one.
ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
taking
extending
this
his
one.
lead, isn't he?
He's got the measure of this. He was 1.4 kilometers ahead after this one. No, he hasn't extended the lead. He has actually by
Only
300
slightly.
meters. 300
There
meters.
we go. So
There we go.
third lap finish. Liquid and Durk first and second respectively. Herbie and Neo, let's find out how they're getting on. We need to find out which one of them is in front. It looks like Neo is behind Herbie, is that right? No. Neo is in front of Herbie.
Neojet
I
is
do
ahead.
apologize.
Neojet is
Yeah,
ahead.
coming
And
through the
let's talk about
start-finish
Ricky
line.
Dicky as well.
Third and Herbie
completely
fourth.
forgetting that Ricky Ticky is also still in the game. He's coming up to the velodrome section right now. He's going to go through there, not inspecting the pipes anymore. He's going to bring this race to an end. 4 of the racers will finish this race. What
Full
a beauty.
send.
Finally, we have good stuff. 4 people finished.
That was some dramatic racing. That was fantastic. So what we're going to do now at the end of this race.
5 people finished. Only KM crashed out. Correction. Hashtag Dirty
Fair
Dunk.
enough.
Delivering the goods.
So I think at the
Okay,
end of this
now
race, we are going to go
very-
to the analysts. Is that right? To wrap up all 4 races for us. So
Nice.
honestly, just to unpick everything that we've seen, I think I'm just going to hand it straight back to our desk. They're going to explain to you what we've just seen.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Gravity Rush 2956. We're here at the desk with Tint. And Tint, before I let you break it all down for us, man, I know, without jacketing, there's a lot more that you could probably talk about too, but that was not easy. That was not easy. We talked about it, 0G. But yeah, I'll let you take it away, starting off with that initial rush number 2, where we saw Neojet and Kiem get promoted to rush 1. But yeah, that was some definitely difficult racing going on today.
It's one of those things that we always say about 0G racing, but it's especially evident on a track like this one. These pilots are usually their own worst enemies, and it really is a matter of knowing your pace, controlling your pace, and being able to kind of sit consistently in a pocket that is comfortable for you. And that's going to be in a different place for all of these racers. But coming into that very first race, we saw him absolutely showing us a masterful performance, especially from a rookie, coming in with a 1 minute fastest lap, absolutely just pushing the limits here. But at the same time, it's a tough pace to maintain, as we're going to see going forward. Neo taking a much more kind of, I would call it, not necessarily conservative strategy, but obviously a lot more comfortable with the pace he's running, not loading up the G's as heavily. And that's showing in the pace. I think, as I mentioned before the race has started today, Neo's in that very safe kind of 105 pocket where he's able to handle the G's, keep everything under control, keep some awareness of his surroundings, and make sure that he survives through to the finish. I do want to also shout out Jake Rizzi from that first race, showing us a sub 110 time coming in at 109. Absolutely something that can be competitive across this event. Unfortunately, just over sending it a little bit into the finish line as he was wrapping up the final lap. And it's those little mistakes, trying to push for that little last second and stepping out of your comfort zone, that is an absolute killer on this track.
Yeah, that was a bummer too. I totally agree with you on Kiem doing a great job. Kiem's times are also pretty close to fastest lap for Liquid Prime, not even under just about 0.9 of a millisecond, right at the second mark for Kiem. Oh no, sorry, that's Neojet, and then Kiem is like 5 seconds after that, but still did a great job as you mentioned as a rookie. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong stuff, but I mean, overall, a very good rush number 2, where again, Neojet, Kiem got promoted, and I really love this knockout stage where people have to fight to stay in that top 6 in order to move on to the finals. Definitely great job by Laser, by AGT Madcat, and both by Luigi as well. As they continue to help us kind of, I would say, do something a lot different within, the racing community here with Gravity Rush. So, but let's jump into Rush 1. After Rush 2, we saw Liquid Prime, Dirk, Shaqnu, Samtastic, Herbie, and Ricky Ticky. We saw Shaqnu and Samtastic, I believe, crash and stayed. I believe was it Shaqnu and Samtastic that crashed that went DNF, I believe. But we saw that I believe it was Herbie and Ricky Ticky. No, this is off. This is a little bit off. Hold on one second. It was Shaqnu and Samtastic that got demoted. And then they started off in Rush 2 after. But let's break down this Rush 1 here, Tint.
So we saw, I mean, obviously, very much right off the line, Shaqnu and Samtastic colliding, which is unfortunate, but it's one of the few real kind of choke points of this track is that where we've got the grid of racers all stacked up on top of each other. So they're always going to be converging on the same line, and they have to be really hyper aware of each other as they're coming off the start line. So it's tough to see, but these guys have a little bit of time to bounce back from it. So we really got to see a strong kind of showcase between Liquid and Dirk in this race. And I think that it's probably a perfect example of kind of what I'm talking about in terms of finding a pace that is consistent for you. We know from his time trial postings that Dirk is absolutely capable of a sub 1 minute average pace on this track. And it looked like it in the way that he was flying this track. The lines that Dirk was running felt very controlled, very much like he had everything in hand. And these lines were, I mean, they're fast. They're absolutely taking risks because you can't be fast without taking risks. But they don't look like he's taking as much of a risk to run them as Liquid is taking to stay in front of him. And this is where I think as we get into the finals today, once we clear this group stage, I'm hoping to see some of these racers dial it back a notch and race their own pace. But Liquid is also someone we've seen get real competitive sometimes. And as soon as he's got somebody in front of him, he's going to start over pushing. So we really saw him loading up the G's here real heavy. And I don't know how well that's going to play for him across the day.
Yeah, this is going to definitely be a tricky one, and there's only 2 more races left here in the semifinals, and we'll kind of push into the rest of those. But yeah, I mean, during this one, as I mentioned already, Shaqnu both and Samtastic in this Rush 1, which was technically our second race of the day, got bumped down. So now we're gonna jump right into our next rush, which was our race number 3. Where we saw Shaqnu, Samtastic, Jake Rizzi, Rook 37, Paper Hands in Zero State kind of race. And then we saw, of course, a lot of DNF. Samtastic right there towards the end, kind of crashing on that lap number 3, but still was able to take a spot to get promoted and going in that P72. So if you want to break that third race or second rush down for us here, that would be great there, Tint.
Yeah, so in race 3, I have on my notes here in giant bold letters, hazards of 0G. Because we definitely saw some strong displays of where this track can kind of show people their weak points. I saw a lot of racers really, really kind of struggling with the timing and not overshooting on the 2 strong hairpins on the track. The first right after the opening, and the second on that second to last corner as they're bringing it back towards the borehole. And in both cases, this is where I think our strongest competitors of the day are really going to show their skills and their consistency in making those corners. And our racers who are pushing past their abilities, they're going to be coming in a little too hot. They're going to overshoot. In the case of that last turn you just saw around the chimney there, a lot of them are coming into it backwards, meaning that if they are overshooting too hard, it's very difficult for them to see if they're putting themselves in additional danger. This final corner also is proving to be a real challenger. We saw people turning too early and accidentally hitting the inside of it. We saw Rook carry way too much speed into it in this race, as you just saw in the replay, and not be able to pull back up out of the corner in time. So this is, I mean, again, it's a case of knowing the top speed your ship can handle and not letting yourself get distracted, not letting the adrenaline push you past that point. Because a lot of these guys are definitely, the heart is pounding. It's a strong competitive environment, and they're absolutely pushing to win. So it's good to see them kind of pushing for that angle, but I don't want them to lose track of their own pace in it. It's that classic race, don't chase mentality difference that is going to win the day here. Sam managing finally to show us kind of what his lap times are going to look like in the P72 as well. And the P72 is always going to be in a challenged position with this, not having the top speed. Even though our non-snub racing ships really probably aren't going to be hitting their true top speeds anywhere along the track today because they'd be carrying way too much velocity into a corner to do so, the top speed of the P72 is still well below the sort of typical limits we would expect for this track, and boosting to get a little bit more out of it can also put you in a tough situation where, because of the mechanics of the SCM slowdown, you're not able to maneuver as much as you would like as you're coming back in. And I think that's what we saw with Sam coming back into that final corner, crashing because he just didn't have the boost to push himself back down into the gap. So at 1:11 for his fastest lap there, he's going to be on the slow end of what I think is going to wind up being our competitive zone for the final. So if he can hold that pace reliably, he may still have a shot here, but otherwise the ship difference may just eat him alive.
Did you notice any SCM changes on any of the racers so far, kind of leading into I haven't seen any, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss that.
There's not a lot of good spots for it on this track. Really, you're wanting to kind of turn those corners into arcs and carry as much momentum through as you can. There might be an argument for it at the hairpins, but with the changes that came in a few patches ago and the increase to the respool time for the nav drives, you have to be willing to eat roughly an 8 to 10 second loss of your top speed in order to use the SCM brake now. And so on tracks like Miner's Lament, that's still absolutely viable, where you have the keyhole gives you a nice gap that is difficult to hit, and there's a lot of tight spaces right after it where the slower speed is absolutely valuable to keep yourself in check. But here, everything being open and the track itself being so short, it's just a huge loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's I thought it's I think Sam can definitely, I'm not gonna say obviously the P72 has its disadvantages, but definitely can push more. But I definitely you're seeing an average about 59 seconds to a minute per lap. So if he can get that down to about a 105, I think he'll be safe to kind of he did get promoted, so he will be starting racing in Rush 1 on the next one. But I think the next two races, we'll talk about it after we cover our last race 4 here, are going to be interesting. But for race 4, we saw Durnk, Liquid Prime, Neojet, Herbie, Ricky Ticky, and Kiem, where we saw both Ricky Ticky and Kiem kind of got demoted on that one. So they will be starting on Rush 2 for the next race. But, I mean, Durnk and Liquid Prime, they pushed it even further. And as our average lap time is around 59 seconds, we see Durnk with a 56-second fastest lap and then a 58-second on Liquid Prime. So break that last race down for us that we just saw earlier.
This is kind of a head scratcher for me from a strategy perspective. I'm not sure that I would be wanting to push this hard at this stage of the game in either of these two shoes. And we saw it, both of them absolutely pushing the limits of what they can handle on this track. I saw a couple of turns where Liquid especially was overshooting because he was pushing too hard in the straights, trying to keep pace with Durnk. And Durnk even taking some sort of uncharacteristic risks. Normally, I would expect him to be taking a little bit more of the controlled, conservative, not slow, but safe lines here, because he's very aware of the strategic needs of this race. So, they both managed to keep it all together, but there were a couple of moments where I think both of them were definitely riding the edge of blackout, and it's a tough sell to me to make that risk worth it in the rush stage here. Neo and Herbie also doing a great job maintaining, again, that 105, 106 safe pace. But Ricky Ticky then showing us maybe that the 110 isn't going to quite cut it, managing to stay alive for the full race in the Razor, but of course not making the cutoff and getting bumped back down to Rush 2 for our final race set here, Christian.
Yeah, yeah, I think they really push it like you mentioned, but I don't know. I think after 2 races and them been practicing this entire time, right? Like if they're not practicing with other people, they're not gonna push it. But I think that going into the finals, we're gonna see definitely a lot closer race, and maybe we see some differentiation. But man, seeing their kind of, I don't know, take that one race crown away from Liquid Prime, it tells me that the finals is gonna be some type of a bloodbath. It's like either one person is super ahead and can maintain that speed, but I know that when it comes to racing, when you're in that first place spot and you want to maintain that and keep up, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure on that person, and that's where a competitive nerves come into place, and at that point you never know what could happen. But going into it, Tint. So for right now, we're gonna start Rush 2 coming up. So this is gonna be our 5th race of the day. We got Ricky Ticky, Kim, TTV Jake Rizzy, Rook 37, Paper Hands, and Zero Trace. I think Zero Trace, by the way, came in to substitute for Rain last minute, so is not too familiar with the track, but still I think came in very good racer. And if Zero Trace was definitely with our group day 1, I think would have easily got a spot and a brand new racer. So love seeing that we're getting some new people going out there and racing for the first time, and hopefully getting that race bug that we want people to get. But Gravity Rush is, of course, we'll be back next year, so you guys have time to practice. Maybe there's a new track in the motion, but as Atmo Esports work on their new whole kind of website and whole sign up process that we're hoping to have released by the end of the year, all these events will be open right away, and people can start signing up for them and start putting in those time trials and time lapse. But anyways, Rush 2, Tint, really quickly, what are your thoughts on this race number 5, Rush number 2? Who do you think is going to go up into the last rush of the day and get promoted? Because right now we're seeing Ricky Ticky, we're seeing Kiem. This is kind of like almost the same race 1 without NeoJet, pretty much.
And I think any of these racers, possibly the exception of Zero Trace, who, as you mentioned, has not had a lot of time to practice here today.
Yep.
I think any of these racers have the pace to make it. And it really is going to come down to making the choice to be in that consistent, safe mindset. Do I want it to be Keem and Rook? Absolutely. I mean, I got to love on my teammates here. But I think realistically, Ricky's got a great shot of making it. Jake's got a great shot of making it. Paper Hands has a great shot of making it. All of them have the ability to do this. And it's going to come down to who's best able to calm the nerves, who's able to keep the adrenaline tamped down, and who's able to sort of maintain that safe racing pace.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I think Kiem, out of these 6 racers, and Ricky Ticky is what my top are. Kiem, I think, has an incredible fastest lap of one minute there. So I'm looking forward to seeing who gets promoted. And let's see, guys, this is the last 2 races of the semifinals. We're gonna kick off with rush number 2. Whoever gets promoted here is gonna we're gonna have 8 racers this time for our last rush of the day, which is gonna be our race 6, and then it's gonna count us down to who's gonna be our top 6 going into the finals here for Gravity Rush 2956. So without further ado, I'm gonna send it over back to both Cyberfox and Lens to break down our last 2 races of the semifinals. We'll be back soon.
Thanks, Crucian. Well, now, I noticed something in those replays, Lens. I don't know if you noticed this as well. I've got 2 comments to make. One is that some of the racers were tricording through the clincher start-finish line towards turn and burn. So they weren't just using their mains, they were actually pushing it as hard as they can, which is why we're getting those insane lap times as well. To be that competitive, to be tricording through a start-finish line as you go around this track, means that these racers are definitely hungry. Did you see that as well? I wasn't just imagining that, was I?
I think that this tracks definitely pushes you towards doing that. Like Dunk's last fastest lap was 56.7 seconds. So to achieve those kind of lap times, and they are getting into the time trials times right now. To do that, they have to do the track hardening, and I don't think it's just the clincher and that section where they're doing it. There are, I think, a couple of more other spots where they actually do that, especially through the tuna roll. They're definitely pushing into more than 2 degrees of motion.
Yeah.
This track is
And it
perfect
looks
for
like
that.
they're
Over to
ready.
you. We have 7 seconds.
Don't mean to interrupt, but yeah, 3,
No. Go
2, 1, here we go! So it looks like Kiem and Jake Rizzi are ahead. Paper Hands, no. Maybe Paper Hands is coming in for it as well. I think there's a 3-way battle between Kiem, Jake Rizzi, Paper Hands. Kiem definitely further ahead. Over the tuner roll already. Jake Rizzi just coming around the tuner roll. Paper Hands pushing out. Unfortunately, Paper Hands. That's Paper Hands' third DNF. Jake Rizzi's DNF'd as well. So Jake Rizzi disconnected twice and DNF'd once. So Kiem has got to survive. We've got 4 people left. Ricky Tiki, Kiem, Zero Trace, and Rook.
And Zero Trace has been doing some laps in the downtime when we were on his desk, so he's been around the track just to make him competitive. He definitely, as Crucian said in the private chat, that he definitely deserves the participation award. So you are very much appreciated, Zero. Here we go. We are looking at the Rook 37, and who is in front of him? I don't have the can't see it. I think it's Ricky Tiki.
So we've got Kiem, followed by Ricky Tiki, followed by Rook, followed by Zero Trace, I think. So Kiem is out in the lead.
Yeah, that's Ricky Tiki.
It is all to play for. 2 of these races will be going up into Rush 1 to join the biggest race of the night. And Ricky Tiki's just caught some of the geometry. Oh, that was so unfortunate. I looked like he just caught his wing and just exploded. And Rook's out as well. Oh my gosh, it might all just be down to Zero and Kiem and Zero have just got to survive. It looks like we've got our two racers who are going to go up to the next race.
They're half a lap away.
Yeah, I would not have played it like this.
Half a lap. Yeah, but they're half a lap away. So Zero Trace and Kiem will get promoted to the next group, the top group, but Zero Trace will struggle there because there's a huge gap. Kiem will probably fit in properly. Zero Trace, I mean, I can only imagine if he had more time to practice and do this, he would have been very, very effective. Look at, there you go. That's your tricording. He just bringing to the clencher just to adjust that line. That was beautiful. Look at this. Oh, this is where, you can see the gap. So right now, Kiem has already finished the race and Zero Trace is going through the grid section.
I think Kiem, I think Kiem is on his 3rd lap. And Zero Trace is still on his 2nd lap.
Oh, okay. So we are just on 2nd lap right now. Understood. I thought this was the game, the race over.
Yeah.
Kiem's blacked out. But there is no geometry in that area. He should be fine. He should be fine. Yeah, there's no geometry above the borehole. Kiem is about to lap him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think he can because Zero Trace has just gone on to his 3rd.
Sorry. I thought he was coming out through the velodrome section. I mistook that. I'm like, my God, what a crazy race Kiem is racing. He's going to lap on this very short lap. Here he comes.
And like I was saying, I think I would have played this very differently if I was Paper Hands, Jake Rizzi, Rook, or Ricky Tiki. I would not have pushed it that hard because only 2 people can make it up until the next rush, and only 2 people have survived so far. Zero Trace DNF'd as well on the 3rd lap. Oh my gosh, what a dramatic end!
This is a brutal track. And in PU, well, you know. So do you think death's all around, apparently?
Fair enough. When you're moving that fast. Again, though, it's just how fast you want to push it when your chance is that wide, I suppose. You've only got to survive and be at the top to move to the next rush. And so many people are DNFing. So our next rush 1 is going to have 8 racers. and we're going to have 3 laps for that. It's going to be Shaqnu in an M50, Samtastic in a P72, Liquid Prime in an M50, Durink in an M50, Neojet in an M50, Herbie in a Fury LX, Kiem in an M50, and Zero Trace in a Fury LX. So surprisingly, we do still have a mix of all of the ships that we started with for this final rush one before we move into, it's not the finals, but for this final rush before we move into the actual finals. So Samtastic's still here with the P72, Herbie and Zero Trace still here with their Fury LX. But we are missing a Razor. So Ricky Tiki didn't make it through. We're down 1 ship. Sorry, so we are down 1 ship.
Ricky Tiki would have made it on, except there was a desync leg spike and he lost it. He went for the pipe inspection. Otherwise, Ricky Tiki would have made it. Luck not favoring Ricky Tiki today. And Matic is telling us that Zero actually got lapped at the last moment. That has to be something crazy, like Kiem. Yeah, I mean, Kiem did really good, but Zero Trace, of course, he didn't have much practice, but still pretty cool to see that kind of skill, you know, on such a short track and just 3 laps, and you're still lapping. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 8 racers. I expect even more chaos with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we're gonna keep up. I'll be honest. It is gonna be quite tricky to figure out what position everybody's in. It might be only, just for the viewers, it might be only when the pack thins out a little bit will we be able to make sense of what's going on. So we're just gonna take, you know, the racers are gonna take us for a ride. We're gonna ride along with them. We're going to see how it pans out, and of course, as the pack spreads onto the second lap, I think that's when we're going to start to see more sense being made of the battles that are happening. I definitely think we're going to see a 3-way battle between Liquid, Durink, and Shaqnu. That's going to be one of my predictions. Do you have any predictions for this rush, Lens?
Oh, I don't want to cast the commentator curse, but I am expecting at least 4 of the races to crash out and 4 of them surviving, because we have a lot of consistency here in this group, and it looks like all the races have the measure of this track. They're not being a victim to the blackouts. There's not too many crashes being attributed to the blackouts. It's mostly the desync that happens, or just simple collisions, not being able to go
over enthusiasm is what I'm saying.
Yeah, over enthusiasm, definitely. It's not the blackout. They have the blackout and very much in control. Maybe the flight suits are helping them. So I think at least 4 of the races will crash, maybe even more. 8 people is way too many people for this track, but let's see how that goes. Space Tomato is raiding us. Hey, Space, welcome. And Space Tomato, the Toes Gang is here. Get ready for the GIF emojis. They're gonna start posting now. The Toes Gang, welcome. This is definitely me catching Space Tomato at the weird time zone because I'm awake. Otherwise, Space is in a totally different time zone from me, and it's very hard for me to catch up his streams. Toes are here.
It's great because they did give us a raid in the last event 2 weeks ago as well, so it's great to see all of you returning. What we are doing, let me break it down for you, is we're running our finals and our rushes to the finals in Gravity Rush. And we've had an absolutely stellar performance with all our pilots here at Levski Freedom Ring. And I think just to introduce everybody to this track, which is brand new, created by Racers for Racers, I think I'm going to throw it to Jackedin's video to talk you through what to expect when the racers are ready. So over to you, Jackedin.
We're bringing back Zero-G racing in the persistent universe with the Levski Freedom Ring, a tight track utilizing the standing structures of the Levski station. This circuit will test your skills at controlling your speed, your blackout resistance, and your reaction time as you weave through the tight areas whilst avoiding any players minding their business at the station. Lap starts in the gap of the tall landing platform and make your way to the edge of the pipe structure, staying between the vertical rock edges on your way. Start turning early to slow down to a comfortable speed as you make a hairpin turn through turn and burn, staying under the structure and finding a nice exit line over the rocks. Spot the flame vent marking the next turn and make your way around it, preparing for a loop around the yellow bridge named Tuna Roll. Dive down into the trench, and as you make your way through, try to spot the triangular cut on the rocks pointing you towards the exit line. Arc around the rocks and make your way up the impound, aiming towards the smaller crane structure. And make sure to stay within its boundaries and head towards the antenna structure in the distance. Another hairpin turn as you line yourself towards the last checkpoint, the pipeline. Find the gap in the structure, sharp right-hand turn, and as you make your way towards the start finish, make sure to stay to the right of the flame vent to stay within the track limits. Good luck, pilots, fly safe and happy racing.
So, for those of you who have just joined us, we have got some of the most epic pilots in Star Citizen about to perform for you in an 8-pilot race, our largest race of the evening, or morning if you're in Perth, as it might be coming up to it. We've got some fantastic names. We've got Shaknu, we've got Samtastic, we've got Liquid Prime, Dunk, Neojet, Herbie, Kiem, and Zero Trace. Many of these racers are literally like what's the word, like gold medal winners. They are time trial top of the leaderboards. They're going to give you a performance that you're going to remember. And we've got one rush with 8 races, and then we've got the finals as well. So if you've just joined us, it is not long to see all of this drama unfold and to get a taste of the narrative that is Gravity Rush. So please do stick around. We haven't had a single race without drama yet, and it sounds like all of the racers are set up on the grid and ready to start.
And I have already predicted that half of the racers will crash out in this race. And this is very interesting because after this race, we will be moving on to the finals, but you will get to meet our analysts, which will be Crucian and Tint. Right now, you're talking to Cyberfox and Lens Nation. We are the shoutcasters. The racers don't matter. Shoutcasters are the most important people. We are also getting Banu Merchantmen as shoutcasters. I'm just calling it for doing the Gravity Rush. And I know they're talking about Mad Cat wants Space Tomato to race in the pilot seat. I can tell you,
Absolutely.
Space wants to finish the Daemon rally. That's what he wants to do. That's what the Garden team wants to do. But it's always tough to do that. And even for me, I haven't finished Daemon Rally yet. That's one thing I want to do. Finish Daemon Rally at least once.
I think it's just being part of the community, isn't it? You know, even if you don't finish, you get hooked. You get you get the bug. You get the racing bug, whether it be on ground, whether it be in ship racing, whether it be 0G racing, whether it be Gravlev racing. You get the bug when you join this racing community, whether it be Daemon Rally or Gravity Rush or System 7. You get really hyped up, really excited for it. And then the next one comes around and you're thinking, I've not got a team yet. I've got to get my team together. And then you put your team together and it just becomes this beautiful thing. I just think every year the events that Atmo runs are just absolutely fantastic. They've got a great narrative. And here we are, a brand new track as well. So I'm really excited to debut this track here today. I've been looking forward to this for the past 8 weeks, I'd say. And here we are with our 8 POV lens.
Oh boy. Wow.
What do you think we're gonna do? Shall we like split the load? Shall I take
let's do that.
like let's try and figure out what's happening.
You take the lead. You take the lead. I'll call out the crashes if I see them. Let's do it that way. And
Let's do it that way.
huge shout out to Matic for putting this together, like 8 POVs. 07, Matic.
So
Okay,
just a
here we go.
reminder to
So-
everybody, the grid is ready, the grid is set. We've got Shaknu in an M50, Samtastic in a P72, Liquid Prime in an M50, Dunk in an M50, Neojet in an M50. Oh, we got 6 seconds. I'm going to shut up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Off they go! So Dirk and Liquid and Neo really quick off the line there that I can see. Anybody dead yet, Lens? Oh
Neojet.
no! Oh no! I've
Neojet.
spoken too
Neojet.
soon. Neojet's crashed out. Oh no!
And Sheknu was very slow to start the race. I don't know what was that. He was slight, maybe taking it safe. Dirk
Yeah.
is playing with the
that-
Shadow Realms. Kiem is playing with the Shadow Realms. Herbie's with the Lord of Darkness.
That was definitely a commentator's curse there. So it looks like Liquid Prime is chasing
Who's
down Dirk. And
Okay.
and
No other
Herbie.
crashes so
Who is
far.
Herbie behind?
Yeah, it's very hard to make out from the POV. Okay.
So
Okay,
Herbie,
Herbie's
Kiem, and
behind Kiem.
Fantastic are
Battling
having a
again.
three-way battle. Dirk way out in the lead.
Wide for Zero Trace, extremely wide. He's coming over to the Boltox Redemption, is he? Yep. No, he's coming to the Clencher, sorry. But he was very wide through there. But he saved his ship. He was very close to crashing out. Oh, wow. The trails on Herbie's screen. That is Kiem
Yeah,
in
this
front
is-
of him.
This is quite a performance.
They're-
A lot of racers are going into the Shadow Realm, as you say. And Liquid Prime and Dirk are still neck and neck. It is absolutely battling out between those two at the moment. They are not letting go of each other. Dirk is just ahead, Liquid in second position, and they are just holding their grip on each other. I think Kiem isn't too far behind them.
Drunk and Liquid are racing their own races. It's just between the two of them. That's a duel that they're fighting, exactly as Jake Rizzi predicted, that they're going to battle it out. Kiem is the third best at this stage, but...
Oh,
and a
no!
crash for Liquid
We've got an
Prime.
upset. Liquid's
Crash.
just taking it too tight.
Oh, just before the finals too. How is this
Oh,
going to
no.
impact our finals? This is a chance for Kiem. This is a chance for Sheknu if they want to profit from this. This is the time for them. What grid position is Sheknu at?
So it looks like we've got Dirk in first, Kiem in second, both on their third lap. Herbie just passing in his third lap as well. Shaknu just passing his third lap. So Shaknu is chasing down Herbie. Herbie on turn and burn. Shaknu just coming around it. You can see on Shaknu's
Whoa.
screen the blinding light of the Fury LX right in front of him. Can Shaknu
let's see if
overtake Herbie?
Sheknu- Yeah, that's the battle to watch. Dirk is very safe right now. He's taking it a little bit of conservative approach. He knows he's got it in the bag. I think he is aware that Liquid has crashed out. Sheknu and Herbie, that's where the battle is. Sheknu will definitely want to secure the second position at this stage. Kiem is still in the fight. Samtastic is there too. Zero is there as well. My prediction is not coming true.
Yeah, I mean, it's Herbie followed by Samtastic. Followed by Shaknu, followed by Samtastic is what I'm seeing at the moment as well. Herbie fighting the Shadow Realm, as you say it, pushing really hard.
Oh, Sheknu has overtaken Herbie. He just did that at the Baltox Redemption. He's coming down to the Velodrome area now. Yes, Sheknu has done the overtake. He will take the second position.
Well, no,
Coming
so
to the
Kiem
clincher
taking
now for
the
Sheknu.
second position, Shaknu in third, Herbie in
What?
fourth.
Oh, Kiem was ahead of them. Yes, if you watch the VOD later or you watch the replay, Sheknu had a very slow start. Sheknu had a very slow
he
start.
did, but he fought all the way through. And Fantastic just coming up to the start-finish line now through the clincher with his P72. And Zero Trace is still racing as well under the pipeline, nice and easy, making sure that he survives at least one race and not getting lost this time. So really thrilled to see that Zero Trace is keeping
Beautiful
up with the
job.
gang here, making sure that he banks one race for this event. Absolutely fantastic. For those who don't know, Zero Trace was subbed in 2 hours before the event with no practice because Rain, the serotonin maker, was unable to make the race, and so we subbed Zero Trace in at the end. But what a dramatic race we've just seen. Zero Trace,
Liquid
remembering
Prime's
that he has
crash
to turn
was
left there.
something we did not expect.
Yeah, so
this is
Zero
that
Trace
tuner
is
roll.
now coming over the tuner roll, but yeah, I was going to say this has been an absolutely dramatic race. Not what I was expecting at all. Dirk in first, Kiem in second, Shaknu in third, Herbie in fourth, Samtastic in fifth, and Zero Trace coming around by the looks of it. But yeah, DNF to Liquid Prime and Neojet.
Oh, Zero Trace blacked out, or is
and
this
Zero
race
Trace is
over?
blacked out. No, he's blacked out, but he's still got control of
What
it.
a save. What a save. Okay, those are. Even I am lost now. Where is he on the track? Where is he on the track? Is that the chopsticks or is that. No, that's not the chopsticks. That's the Ball Talks Redemption. Yeah, he was at the Ball Talks Redemption. He needs to make his way to. Yeah. Oh, no, he was not there. He's going through. What? He's going the wrong. He missed a checkpoint, is it? He's gone down the borehole, but he was already
Has he
above the
gone
borehole.
down the borehole the other way? The other way.
Yeah, he was above the borehole. So
I'm
I
a
think he
little
missed the
disoriented.
checkpoint. Yeah,
He's
he
a
needs to
little
go through this
disoriented.
crane now and take a right
It
hand
looks like we
at
might
the
be calling it.
stage. Left-hand?
It looks like
What? He needs to go the other way around from here. I think he's lost. Zero Trace is yeah.
Yeah, so he's coming into the hangar. I think we're calling it. That was a DNF
Okay.
for Zero Trace, unfortunately there. But we do have the racers that are moving up to the finals, and we'll get those names for you shortly. The finals are going to be 4 races of 5 laps. And to break it down for you, to break down these last 2 rushes before we move into the finals, we're going to hand it back to the analyst desk.
And just
Man, welcome back here to the desk here at Gravity Rush 2956. Quick shout out there to Space Tomato for coming in. Thank you for you and your community. Hello, everybody. Welcome. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is Crucian. I'm the host here for Atmo Esports. And then we have Tint, who is our racing analyst, who's going to be breaking down the entire past 2 races that just happened. But that last rush, before we get into it, that's very, very tough there, Tint. Let's go off with rush number 2, where we saw Ricky Ticky, Kiem, TTV, Jake Rizzi, Rook 37, Paper Hands, and Zero Trace. Race and Zero Trace, being able to move on up and get promoted to go against some of the best pilots in the verse, I would say. But yeah, break down that 5th race for us there, Tint.
Every time we go racing, be it in Arena Commander or in the Persistent Universe, luck is always going to be a factor. And unfortunately, when we got to our 5th race today, luck was absolutely a factor. This was a brutal, brutal round for a couple of different folks, and not necessarily because they took unnecessary risks, but just because sometimes you're in exactly the wrong spot on the track when somebody decides that their reclaimer needs to come out of the hangar, and suddenly we get a little lag spike popping up. We did see Paper, it seemed like, accidentally possibly tripping the SCM brake, or maybe having oversped and lost control, ripping that to try and slow himself down, and in the follow-up to it, taking a header off the pipe into the roll, which is just kind of a rough way to go out of this tournament. But Jake, similarly in the roll, kind of just hitting something, could have been nothing. It's a little bit difficult to tell. And then we saw another lag spike later on as both Ricky Ticky and Rook were coming through the finish line, which unfortunately both of them either hitting an antenna due to desync or just not being able to see it because of the stuttering. It's a tough break either way. Kiem showing a little bit more of a conservative pace, having pulled it back from where he was earlier in the day, and clearly able to comfortably sustain it, absolutely showing off still what is absolutely going to be a top tier pace for today. But a little bit more controlled, a little bit easier on the G's, and a little bit more, I would say, sustainable is definitely the word I'm going to use. And then, out of all of the crashes, we get our surprise of Zero Trace still struggling a little bit with the track, but able to make it through into the final race of the day, Christian.
Yeah, I mean, very, very surprising there. As you mentioned, I think Zero Trace is taking one of those pages out of Herbie's book by just making sure to be consistent. Yes, he's going to be the slowest, but consistency, especially when you're racing in the PU, is going to play out a big, it's a big gain. You know, and then of course we go into our rush one where instead of having 6 racers, we have a total of 8. And honestly, this can be a little bit of a, I would say, shake up for a lot of the racers, because it's not just 6 people you have to worry about. You have an extra 2 you have to worry about, especially if everybody's, you know, pretty competent. There's lines you have to worry about. There's a more higher possibility of crash. Plus, you have to kind of think about the desync going on. But you had Dirk, Liquid Prime, Neojet, Herbie, Shaqnu, Samtastic, and then the promoted Kiem and Zero State. Honestly, I'm very, very impressed with Kiem. Tint. He is racing incredibly well, keeping that, you know, 1 minute laps. Obviously in race 5 wasn't a 1 minute lap, but yeah, unfortunately, we're still waiting for results. But I know for sure we see Dirk, I believe Herbie, Kiem, are definitely moving forward. But I mean, break down that last race for us here in the semifinals, Tent, because I think they're reviewing right now. It all depends. If Zero Trace did what he did, he moves on. If not, I believe it's going to be Liquid Prime. So it's all in, you know, Liquid Prime's fate is all in pretty much Zero Trace's hand if he actually put in 2 to 3 good laps in.
And I think this does come back to what I was talking about earlier with Liquid and Dirk both really kind of pushing the envelope in these laps in a way that maybe wasn't really necessarily needed or called for. And it did lead to Liquid shaving that a little too close, where we saw the much more sort of conservative strategy coming out of Herbie, for example, being a really solid carry. We also saw Shaqnu take a really strong, hesitant kind of start off the line just to make sure that he wasn't in the middle of a very large pack coming into that first congested corner, which is something we saw him doing in the earlier stages as well. But here, again, he's just confident. He's got the pace. He's also been flying, I think, much more sort of safe, wide lines all day, relying on the head tracking a little bit more to get himself pushed around corners. So it's definitely, it's good to see that strategic element coming out and being a factor, whether or not it winds up playing against Liquid here. It definitely gives us the opportunity to highlight the difference that's being made. I do also want to shout out, while we've got the minute to do it, both Herbie and Zero flying really competently in Zero G without head tracking, proving that you don't need to have the expensive toys in order to be competitive at this level if you're willing to put in the time and practice with the ships and get comfortable controlling them in these 3D environments.
And as you mentioned that, you know, even though they are not using it, that look ahead or that, you know, that camera boost is definitely advantageous to kind of see exactly where you need to go or make those adjustments way ahead of time. So totally get on that. So I mean, are you surprised with the results? Of course. I mean, what are your thoughts on there? Because I mean, if Zero Trace put in some good laps, that means the fate of Liquid Prime, you know, going back to back is going to be, you know, it's in jeopardy going into the, you know, the finals here in Gravity Rush 2956.
I don't know that I am at the end of the day surprised by this being the question on the table, just because of the fact that Liquid has kind of been taking unnecessary risks through the day so far. This is, you know, when you're pushing these paces to compete with people who are running 10 seconds slower a lap, there's not really a payoff for it. And it does kind of, I think, show the experience on racers like Shaqnu that they're making that conscious decision to yield a little bit of time in exchange for being very safe.
Yep. Well, I believe we have our results, if I am not mistaken. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. But you know, before we jump into the results here, you know, I just want to kind of shout out all the racers, whether you guys were here in Group 1, in Group Day 1 or Group Day 2. Appreciate everybody signing up. You know, as if you guys want the racer bug, there's a lot of incredible communities out there. You got XGR that helps train people to race every other weekend. Tint himself, Jacketin. I believe Dirk is also some of the what do you call it? Some of the teachers that are teaching people to race. So I'm telling you, there's a whole community around this. So if you're interested, you want to put in some time, do not be scared to come in and jump into the racing scene and make your mark here whether it's in any of the other events going on by the community or here in Gravity Rush, where I think you can take home, if you hit that top 3, some incredible prizes. So, but let's bring back here. We'll see if they're ready, but I would love to bring back both Lens and Cyber Fox in if they are ready to roll. So let's jump right into them, bring them up to the desk here. But guys, the results are in. I don't want to reveal them just yet. But since you guys are here now, we're gonna kind of see who is moving on to the finals. First racer moving on to the finals, of course, who has been consistent throughout this entire finals, and I don't see this man slowing down. And he's definitely looked like he is coming for the entire enchilada, for everything. He wants it all. First person moving on to the finals is going to be Dunk. So obviously probably not a surprise there. Second person who's been super consistent, and one of, Tim's been calling him out over the entire kind of, Gravity Rush season here, is going to be Guillaume is moving on as well. So that's going to be number 2. And then your third racer moving on is going to be Shaqnu, which is absolutely, of course, Shaqnu has been doing really well, had a little bumpy race 1, but made it back up here. And then our fourth racer that is moving on to the finals in the Fury LX is going to be Herbie, who is, Mr. Consistent. Still, I think Herbie, even though a little bit slower than people, I think that if Herbie ever gets to make that consistency blend in with speed, he is going to rival probably everybody. So, but Herbie is just really good, doing a great job. So coming in that 4th place spot and moving on to the finals is Herbie. 5th place in that P72 Archimedes, and not slowing down and doing a great job is going to be Samtastic 7. And Zero Trace, because missing a checkpoint, unfortunately, on lap number 2, that allows Liquid Prime to be saved, because I promise you in Gravity Rush, the format will punish you if you're not consistent, if you're crashing. The format will punish you, but Liquid Prime will be your 6th and last spot going into the finals, which leaves Zero Trace and Neojet to be eliminated and not moving on to the finals. But Tint, I'm going to throw it to you first, and then Lens, and then Cyberfox. What are your thoughts here on this top 6 going into the finals?
Well, I think, Liquid can serve as a cautionary tale to all of the others as they come into the finals. Even though we're no longer in this elimination style and we're moving over to tracking points for the final races, the points still add up, and those DNFs will always hurt. They will always bite you. So, I'm expecting a surprising performance from Herbie. I'm not necessarily expecting him to take first in any of the races in the finals, but a 3rd place in every race is going to beat a first in half of them and a DNF in the first lap on the rest of them. So I think he's got an absolute shot of doing really well here today. I'm a little surprised that the P72 made it, but I'm excited to see what Samtastic can do with it. But of course, I'm rooting for my boy Keem to go all the way.
Oh man, love that. Lens Nation, your away. We got our top 6, man. Give us your thoughts going into the finals, because it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, the track has been the absolute winner today. And may I remind you, we still haven't seen any death caused by any player taking off or landing. So I think we're missing a little bit of a spice there. But I'm very happy to see this grid. Really, really cool. Great shout out to Zero. Huge pressure to just show up 2 hours, just to learn that he will be racing just 2 hours before the race is taking place. Great job. Everybody who participated, some fell victim to the desync today. A lot of lag spikes, but we expect that in PU. That's the unknown factor. And I'm blown away by the format of Gravity Rush. This is very, very punishing format. I'm very happy that Luke has made it, because he's definitely earned it. But yeah, don't take risks, man. And I think I'm still gonna go with Shaqnu, Mr. Humble, to take this home this time. Hashtag Daddy Dunk. My second pick.
Yeah, so awkward. Cyberfox, man, coming back your way here. We got our top 6, man. Again, top 6 is going to be that Dunk, Kiem, Shaqnu, Herbie, Samtastic, and Saved by the Bell, Liquid Prime. I'm not saying that in a bad way, Liquid. If you go back to back and make it up, hey, man, that's what it's all about. But yeah, Cyberfox, what are your thoughts, man, going into the finals here today?
Yeah, I think Lenz just can't make up his mind, and I'm in a similar situation. I just can't figure out who I'm rooting for, and it's back to what Tint was saying, is you can't be pushing it too hard in these sorts of tournaments and these sorts of events. They got to survive 4 races, 5 laps each, so they're longer laps as well. So the strategy of survival that that Herbie has, more and over and above everybody else in this final, is the strategy to take, because on all of the races, on every single one of them, we've had DNFs. There's not been a single race that hasn't been helped decided by DNFs, and I don't think it's going to change in this final as well. So if people are going to keep pushing it, we're going to have DNFs, and then the DNFs are going to decide it. So we've got to ask the racers, are they going to be the ones that are going to be colliding into the pipes, colliding into the pilots as Lenz wants coming out of the hangars? Are they going to be the ones colliding into the asteroid, or are they going to survive this race? So I think that's the decision that they've got to make going into this. And my prediction is that the people who push it, who take that risk, probably gambling a bit too much, in my opinion. Dunk's been risking it quite a lot. Liquid risked it in the last race as well. So it might be Shaknu or Kiem that start to shine through if these races are a little bit over competitive. But yeah, what do you think there, Crucian?
Yeah, I mean, before I jump into my thoughts on who I think is going to be going, I just want to give another shout out to a couple of racers that really put in the time to race into pretty much all the events that Amo Esports put together, or just the community in general. They love having they're just competitors at blood, and I need to give a shout out to Ricky Dickey and of course Neojet. Last year they won Daymar Rally in their division. This year they took a championship in System 7 and they lights out, did a really great job. And Gravity Rush is one of the only tournaments that's actually very different. A lot of the tournaments you see in the community are all based on teams and based on all that stuff, and here it's all based on individual skill. And again, the format will punish you if you crash, if you do any of that stuff. And of course, there's a lot of variables going around with Levski, with way you're racing. But the thing is, the practice that you've been putting in, you should count those variables in. With that being said, I would love to see Kiem up there. I want to agree with Tint. I think seeing him race throughout the entire kind of semifinals, I don't know, man. Just Kiem can only get better and is already as good as he is. And can be another shakeup. I know I talked about the consistency of Herbie, but I love seeing Kiem put in those 1 minute fastest lap right now. In the last rush race 6, he had a 103, which Shaknu had a 103 as well, and finished at 315. So I think there's going to be some good racing coming up. But to be clearly honest, I think out of everybody here, I think Dunk is the one that's probably going to kind of take it home, man. He's just doing really, really well. 56-second fastest laps, 58 seconds. I don't know how we can beat that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been pushing it this whole way. But yeah, I don't know, Tint and Lenz, whether you feel like the risk is too much. That's still the question that's on my mind. Like, it's kind of a coin toss, really, in my mind. Do you think there's how many has he survived so far? So he survived Rush 1, he survived Rush 1 twice, and then he DNF'd in 1, is that right?
Who are we talking about? Dunk?
Dunk, yeah.
Kiem.
No,
Dunk survived every single race, I think.
Oh, Dunk survived everyone then. Yeah. Okay, then maybe he might be out for it then.
Yeah, Kiem had 1 DNF. Shaknu had 1 DNF. So yeah, that's what it looks like. But also the fastest lap so far in this Gravity Rush, from my calculation, is Dunk, with his fastest lap being 56.71 seconds. Might be wrong about that, but I think that's where he's sitting right now. Shaknu's fastest so far has been 1 minute, or I think it was 59 seconds. So it's very, very, very tight. yes, risk is going to be a huge factor. Semifinals, they still had 6 races to play with. It's not the same anymore. Now we're in the finals. Now the prizes are all on the line. So the risk takers might actually push even further. They've been getting ready for this risk taking. Mr. Consistency, Herbie. I wanted to talk about Herbie. He's really good. You never know. Shaqnu crashes out, Dunk crashes out, and Herbie takes the day. It's all for play. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. I got Liquid and Dunk mixed up. But you're right.
Yeah.
Dunk and Herbie, the only ones who've got 0 DNFs in this entire tournament for this final. So yeah, Dunk is kind of standing out a little bit there, isn't he?
Yep. I mean, both of them, but I think Dirk has been super consistent. I think he has this track down. I think he has all the variables down. Now, I don't want to give anybody a curse, but just every single variable that's going on is what's making him really be that top competitor right now. And that 5-second difference from that last race, obviously the closest that I've seen right now is Liquid Prime, which he's in the finals too. So I think we're about ready to roll here in a second. But any last minute thoughts? If you guys are at home watching and you guys want to get involved in whether it's racing, whether it's helping run tournaments, guys, all right, discord.gg/Atmo Esports. If you guys want to jump in, all of our tournaments that we do year round are all information is there for you guys, from Daymar Rally to System 7 to Gravity Rush, and then the upcoming Fight or Flight, which is our PvP dogfighting 3v3 tournament. I don't think we're gonna go back to 2v2, but 3v3. But so far it's been a pretty incredible day for racing here. So I think with that being said, I think Grid is almost ready. Waiting for our team to be all ready to go. But yeah, I'm excited. I would say let's probably give it a run for its money once our team comes back here. But I think the finals are ready. So with that being said, really quickly, I'm gonna go over the rushes are pretty much a knockout stage. That's one thing I want to mention. And then going into the finals, we're gonna go back to points. So now that we have 6 racers, first place is 6 points, 5th place is 5 points, and then it'll accumulate all the way down. Just like in the regular rules for the group for the group days for Gravity Rush, if you crash out within not completing a lap, you will not get any points. So that's going to be you. There's going to be 4 different races, and then of course we're going to see we're going to crown your top 3 by points, and then I believe if we have some ties, I believe the overall timing or fastest laps may help be that tiebreaker depending on what the officials state. But yeah, other than that, things are going pretty well. Any last thoughts before we get into the race, guys?
I just want to say the finals are.
Oh yeah, you go, lads.
Sorry, just a short one. The finals are also 5 laps each, so there's more chances for chaos. That's all I want to say.
Yep. No, I
was just
totally
saying
forgot
what's
that
up for
point.
grabs as well.
Yep. Will you say Cyberfox? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying there's a lot up for grabs as well. So it's 5 laps. It's a lot of pressure for these races.
Yep. So I mean, as I mentioned earlier, right, being in first place, you don't have to be consistent for 3 laps. Now you have to be consistent for 5 laps, which can lead to a lot of different, hopefully, overtakes or lead changes, or even that one mistake that can cost you some large amount of points. So I think we're ready to roll, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get our grid. I think our grid is already ready to roll. But with that being said, Lens Nation, Cyberfox, guys, is up to you guys. So take it away.
Right, well, here we go again, on to the finals. You and I have both the same thought, Lens. We've already given our predictions. I want to talk a little bit more about this track. I want to talk a little bit about what we are expecting to see from it. Do we think we're going to see any similar like repeats of what we've seen before? Is this going to be brand new? Is it going to be fresh with this new mix of races?
See, 5 laps, 4 final races. The chances of chaos are very, very high. We haven't seen a normal race on this track so far. So, and these are finals. yeah, they want to be consistent. They don't want to take too many risks, but this is the chance. This is the time where they will be pushing. If they need to push, this will be it. The competition will only ramp up depending on how the first and second race go, where they find themselves. Some people will have to push harder against their choice. Some people might think, okay, I can ease off a little bit now. So it's a lot of strategy, a lot of mind games, and all happening in real time in PU with so many variables. It's just all up in the air. But I really have enjoyed this, and this has been very, very entertaining. Extreme skill on display, and just to hang out here, come to Levski, and what a bold choice on Atmos' behalf to pick the PU track to do the finals in. I mean, take my 07.
Yeah, and this is what I was getting at as well. The spec of this track initially was designed to be within hard armistice zone to make it easy to hold an event like this. And what a fantastic event this has been so far, moving into the finals. Absolutely brilliant decision. And it's sort of a high risk 0G arena where the ship's raw thrust really have been king of the show here. We've seen pilots tricording, we've seen them turning and burning, we've seen them nearly blacking out, going into the dark valleys, and also avoiding all the debris, also avoiding all the ships from the hangars. Like, it's been quite a crunchy, interesting, novel race. I don't think I've seen any race like this in any of our previous tournaments. You know, this track is definitely unique, and not in the way that every track is unique. It just brings into some dynamics that I've not seen in PU racing before, and that's why I'm excited about it. What do you think about that? What do you like about the track in particular?
I like the variability of it. I like that it really makes the racers use all 6 degrees of motion, and head tracking is absolutely essential for this track, to be aware of your physical space, exactly where you are in relation to the geometry, because the turn and burn, the very first turn. If you've been watching, every racer who's fast, they've been taking the turn completely blind. Completely blind. Their ship is absolutely in a 180-degree direction when they're taking the turn. Chopsticks, tuna roll. How crazy is tuna roll? There's actually 2 ways of doing the tuna roll. One is you take a right hander and then you keep that right hander going, and then you go around the pipe and then just go into it. Some people have been taking a left-hander turn, so it's hard for me to explain with words, but it's easy to demonstrate. The whole section of the cave where you have to find your way, where I actually get lost, that area is really, really tight, extremely hard to navigate, very high chances for a person like me to crash coming through the impound zone. I think that's okay, but that's also where the blacking out is extremely, the chances of that are very, very high. And then coming out and not getting disoriented by the crane, going to the Baltox Redemption, which is again another turn that Sheknu, Liquid, Durnk have been doing completely blind, coming to the velodrome, going through the Clencha. This is, so far in the whole Gravity Rush, has been my favorite track. It really challenges you and makes you a better pilot. The hope is real.
Yeah, thank you for talking everybody through that, because I definitely agree. And I said before, it's a racing track made by racers for racers, and previously the racing tracks that have been designed, they sort of started off as community tracks, and then CIG started adopting them and building like geometry around them. And now the racing community is so well established that some of the best racers, some of the best pilots, some of the best instructors of Star Citizen racing created this track, which is why it is so unique, why it is so interesting, and why it is so fun and fantastic to race. It sounds like our racers are ready on the grid, and we are going to jump into them and go straight to the countdown. So in a second, we're going to see all of our racers. So just a reminder, we've got Durnk, Kiem, and Shaknu, Herbie, Santastic, and Liquid. And we've got 4 M50s, 1 P72, and 1 Fury LX. And this race is different. We have 5 laps. So we're going to do 4 races of 5 laps for this final. Any final thoughts in these last 20 seconds before we get the 10-second countdown, Lens?
I want to say congratulations to all the 6 racers who have made it to the finals, and huge respects and thanks to the people who couldn't. Thanks for this peak entertainment. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks for the skill that you bring, and thanks for the entertainment.
Yeah, peak entertainment, that's right. Throttle over fear, everybody. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So
Shaknu
Dunk, Kiem, and
again.
Shaknu.
Back.
Yeah, very, very tight, very quick.
Ooh.
Liquid seems to be far ahead as well. Seems to be a bit of a four-way battle as they move through the chopsticks into tuna roll. Herbie further behind in position
Look at
4, I think. Oh no,
Herbie's
Shaknu!
screen.
I think Shaknu's had up.
Yeah. Oh wow, Sabre got very excited there. But Liquid Prime has crashed out. Shaknu has crashed out. This is a huge upset. Have we lost Sabre? Sabre, you here? Sabre, you here? Okay, my
am
God,
here.
this is what we were talking about. This is what we were talking about. Dunk is still in the play. Kiem is still in the play. Herbie is still in the play, and Samtastic is still in the play. Wow, who's in the lead?
Yeah.
I think Dunk is definitely in the lead. Coming over to the Velodrome section.
Kiem is
At the end
hot
of
on
lap
his tail
1.
though.
Yeah.
Kiem, you can see Dunk's trail right behind him. He is tricording through the clencher, coming around to turn and burn, pulling it in nice and tight, using that head tracking to pull it around, pushing it to the limit of the G's, and following
Samtastic
Dunk
is
all
on
the
the
way
other side
through.
of the track.
Yeah.
Looks like Samtastic has crashed out.
No,
Oh, no, no, he's
Samtastic
still in
is
the play,
still
he's still in the
alive.
play.
He's still okay. Herbie's still okay. We've still got
That was
4
just,
people in this race. But yeah, the over-enthusiasm, Shaknu and Liquid, unfortunately, DNFing quite early on. Dunk coming outside of the borehole while Kiem is halfway through. So Dunk got about half a kilometer, 1 kilometer distance between them. We've seen this before. We saw Liquid and Dunk with this sort of distance in between. So let's see if Dunk can keep that pace. He's been in this situation before, as I just said. And Herbie and Samtastic, I don't know what the gap is between them. I'm going to figure it out. And through the clencher, Dirk completing his second lap, moving into third lap, and Kiem also chasing his tail. Back over to you, Lens.
Yeah, that was the gap between Herbie and Samtastic is considerable. Because that's what I'm going to do. Because Herbie was at the Baltog Redemption and Samtastic was just entering the borehole. Okay, coming back to Dunk.
Okay.
Dunk has how much of a lead? They're going into the borehole section, the tough section. I think I can see the gap being 1.3 kilometers at this stage. Dunk is not letting it go. I think he will bring this race home, but Kiem is absolutely pushing it. How good is this to see Kiem performing so well, coming to the Baltog Redemption now? Kiem is very much in control of his ship. There you go, completely blind turn. They just know where to turn and burn.
And I don't think they're blacking out quite as hard as they were before as well. So Dunk is coming through the start-finish line. Oh, and going on to his 4th lap, of course, because we are in a 5-lap race.
5 laps.
Surprisingly, even though I was prepared for it, I almost forgot that. Yeah. So they got to keep it up. They got to survive for this entire duration. And I can see already, just from the way that they're flying, they are starting to ease off a little bit. Of course, you know, they make it look easy. They are gutting it. Dirk is not easing off, that's for sure. But Kiem certainly has a little bit, which I think is the safest strategy. I will be honest. I don't think you should be pushing it this hard when you've got the leadership economy. You should use it. You should chill out a little bit. And we're riding on to Dunk, who's just about to lap Samtastic by the looks of it. Coming around is this Baltog's Redemption. And Samtastic like 4 kilometers ahead. Dunk on his 4th lap, Samtastic on his 3rd. And I think with 1 lap to go on Dunk, he is probably gonna come up to lapping Samtastic and coming back on this back marker.
He will do it before the chopsticks. He will do it right here.
Oh, a little bit tight.
That was sketchy. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen here. Maybe it's going to happen in the tuna roll. No, he's going to do it after chopsticks. There you go. He's already done the overtake. He's already overtaken the back marker. Fantastic in the P72. Not an
Yes.
easy ship to fly in 0G. Look at the Dunk's line here. He is not even pinging. He's not even using his radar ping. He knows where he's going. We have seen other racers use the ping, not Dunk. Dunk, man, how much practice has this guy put into this?
Yeah, straight to the top, Dunk. This is absolutely fantastic.
No
Great to be along for the
hesitation.
ride. Making it look easy as well,
got
rolling
it.
his ship all the way around. It does go to show that
Clinical.
the P72 kind of, it just isn't up for it. It's got nothing to do with pilot skill. Samtastic is one of the most competitive pilots out there in the verse at the moment, and he has an entire lap behind Dunk as Dunk finishes in first place. Kiem is in a close second, coming around from Pipeline, almost lapping Samtastic as well. It looks like Samtastic's just going to escape being lapped by two of the racers. So Kiem finishing in second, and we've got Herbie in third place now, coming out of the borehole, a little bit ahead of Samtastic, and both of them on their final fifth lap. Hopefully they do both manage to survive. They've clearly overtaken the positions where Shackno and Liquid DNF'd on their first or second laps, being on their fifth laps here. So Herbie feathering the throttle, rolling around nice and easy, overturning a little bit to correct, and bringing it home for the fifth lap and finishing there in third place.
When you, and Samtastic is going to bring this race, when you watch the finals next time, have a look at Kiem when he is exiting the velodrome section and going towards the clencher. It always gives me anxiety, and it feels like he's going to crash out, but he always just corrects his ship somehow. It's just very anxiety inducing for me from this point of view, where I'm like, this section, watch Kiem's lines, like it's just crazy how he
Yeah.
controls it.
I
Samtastic
do like,
bringing it home.
yeah, I do like how each turn, each corner, it's not straightforward. You don't just point your ship at the next checkpoint. You have to go around the geometry. There's always, like in Icebreaker, there's always like a hump or a hill or an asteroid or a little bit of geometry in the way. This is a really fantastic, really well thought out track. I've warmed up to it so quickly. I don't think I've learned a track this quickly in my entire time in Star Citizen. It's very memorable. The landmarks, the milestones, the way that it feels, the way that you have to fly it. It's just such a memorable and rich track. Really enjoying this. What do you think? How did that race go for you then, Lens?
Oh, really good. I mean, that's what we were talking about. Like, what if Shackno and Dunk crash, or Liquid? No, did I say Liquid and Shackno crash? That's exactly what ended up happening. I'm definitely not predicting anything anymore because I'm cursing everybody. But that was really, really cool. But it's also exceptional to see how much in control Dunk is. Like even Tint was saying that he's taking unnecessary risks. But it looks like he's very confident with this track. He's got the measure of it. He didn't give an inch to Kiem, because in a situation like that, Kiem could have pushed Dunk and made him make an error. But Dunk is just in his Verstappen mode right now. He's not going to give up. Very similar to Verstappen, isn't it, Dunk? Like just absolutely taking risks. Nope, I'm gonna do the nosedives. I'm just gonna keep pushing from the start of the race. I'm not taking it easy. Lapped Samtastic. Yeah, this was a really, really good race. 3 more races to go. I wonder how these things are going to shape up. Dirk seems to be the person going towards the championship and taking the crown away from Liquid Prime, because Liquid Prime is our reigning champion of Gravity Rush. Let's see what happens. But yeah, this track is fantastic. This is a really, really good track for the finals. I love it.
Yeah, and Liquid was our winner of our Gravity Rush last year. Was it last year or was it the year before?
No, last year.
EA 56 as well last year. So no, this year. Oh my gosh, I'm getting mixed up.
This year. That would be Duke.
And yes, exactly, yeah.
But that wasn't Gravity Rush.
No, I know, but the Gravity Rush works as the invitational for the Enter Atmosphere. So I was just thinking, you know, these races
but the
aren't just going to be names
EF56
for. Yeah,
Yeah, EF56 just took place in Pyro, in Australia.
yeah,
it was just too far.
yeah, of course. And I think these names we're going to be seeing regardless of the outcome. We're going to be seeing them in future live tournaments. We're going to be seeing them, you know,
Absolutely.
at sort of Star Citizen events, IRL, as well as online. So I do hope that Liquid comes back. You know, I'm rooting for him. He's had a DNF twice now in this tournament at the moment on these rushes and these finals. So one in the Rush 1 Plus with 8 races, which is the last rush we had, and then once just now in Final 1. So I hope that he pulls out of it. I hope that he doesn't have what's the word? Hey, I hope he's not tilted, because he is a performer, and I do want to see him come back. Shaknu, similar sort of feelings really. Shaknu DNF'd in Rush 1, then survived the Rush 2 when he got moved up. Is that right? Did he move up?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, he moved.
Did,
He
but,
moved. No, he moved down because he
yeah,
got DNF. So he was DNF'd, and then he came first
But
place
then he came
in
back.
Rush 2. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
then he came back. Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that Shaknu's DNF today wasn't was just a one-off. But yeah, we've got some times on the board here. Dunk fastest lap of this finals, 58 seconds. How does that compare, Lens, compared to what the times we've been seeing throughout this race?
That's a slow lap. That's a 2-second slow lap. He has already done a 56.7.
Slow lap.
That's a 2-second slow lap, so he didn't really push it that hard this time. There you go, Levski's freedom, 59 seconds, 1 minute, and Kim. Are these their fastest laps? Because I remember I've seen Drunk's 56.7 somewhere. Okay, understood. All right, so that's very, very. There you go. 56
and this is the one that you were
seconds. I
talking about,
remember
was the
seeing
56.7.
Yeah. So I'm looking at collectively fastest, like what has been a racer's absolute fastest lap throughout today. So that would be the fastest of the whole Levski ring, 56.714. Do you have the list of the time trials? What is the fastest lap?
I do. But I've heard that the grid's ready, so I think we're going to go into the grid. We're going to jump into the race. But yeah, I've got the time trials for the qualifiers as well as for the bounty that was put on this track, and we can talk about that and compare how that compares to, you know, how the real life racing times, I guess is what you're saying, compares to the time trial times as well.
Yeah. Are they really pushing it that hard, or where is that going? I'm actually trying to open it.
So we've got Shaknu on the right here, and Liquid Prime on the bottom right. So on the right hand side, we want these two to survive. Everybody give them a shout out in chat. I want to see them complete all 5 laps, get some points on the board, and you know, be as competitive as they can be. With 15 seconds to go before we kick off final race number 2 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh wow, this is a very colorful.
Oh my
Shaknu is 5th right now. Drunk is absolutely. He loves to take an early lead on every single lap. Cam is not that far behind. Herbie being consistent. Shaknu surviving. This is where Shaknu crashed last time at the tuna roll, but he's making sure that he survives it this time.
Dunk nearly blacking out. Liquid is in 2nd. Kiem is in 3rd. I think Samtastic is close behind as well. But it looks like Shaknu and Sam are sort of battling it out as well. But yeah, Dunk and Liquid closer than is comfortable, I would say.
We shall see who gives an inch or who doesn't, but doesn't look like this is going to be a repeat of the Rush 2 looks like at this stage. Dunk is slightly ahead and he's not going to give it up. There you go. The gap right now between Dunk is 1.5 kilometers, not 1.7, 1.8. Yeah, he's not going to give up, but you will see Dunk will extend his lead come lap 2. His liquid.
Yeah, Liquid pulling that kind of nice and tight though, isn't he? Samtastic's
Yeah.
DNF'd. Oh no. P72
Whoa.
Samtastic out. Unfortunate
Tough to
there.
keep it there. These
Dirk does just have a very
this
consistent way of
reminds-
flying, doesn't he?
Yeah, this reminds me of your ballet dancing. Really, between Liquid and Dirk, they're like doing the dance right now, and they're gonna carry on doing this dance.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fair point. I was just
Their
thinking that the
maneuvers are
consistency
so
here
in
is
sync.
yeah, they've settled into it now, I feel. Once you get past that first lap, that's where the struggle is real. And now that the grid has spread out a little bit, they're a little bit easier. They can be a little bit easier on themselves. Shaknu chasing
Shaknu
down
is not
Liquid,
that
and I
far
think
behind.
Kiem is chasing down Shaknu as well. And Herbie racing his own race in the Fury LX. But very little time between these, just 4 seconds, I think, between Dirk and Shaknu in total. So between first and third place.
What are the chances that they're all together? One of them is coming above the tuna roll, and one is entering the tuna roll, and they crash it with one another. That'll be because it's a crossover section. It literally is a crossover section.
Yeah.
Right. Dirk is coming to the ball. Talk redemption. Is this Dirk's third lap right now? He's gonna go to the fourth, I think. See, Kiem is
they're on
turning
3
to the
laps.
lamp amplitude. Dirk is not even pinging. So like,
no,
Kiem
even
crashed.
though he kicked. It's ironic. He was looking where he was going with the lights, but he wasn't looking where he was going with the eye tracker and the head tracker. So Herbie now has a chance to overtake Kiem and get some extra points on the boards if he survives. So again, it's a little bit of fatigue here, perhaps, between the races. They got to survive a lot longer. It's visual overload. There's a lot of cognitive load going on with these races, as well as pushing these ships as hard as they can.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
definitely. Shaknu is definitely pushing it. He's really trying to
yeah,
catch
he's
up.
pulling
with
that really
Liquid, but
tight,
Liquid
isn't he?
Yeah, but Liquid is also an exceptional talent, and it's not going to be that easy to overtake. Wow, that's just wow! What a maneuver by Shaknu there. Liquid Prime under him. Has Shaknu overtaken? Is that Dirk in the distance that we see? He has.
Shaknu's and Liquid's just overtaken him again.
What?
There's going to be tight through here. I hope they don't collide. Oh my gosh,
that was
a clincher
so far. That was
Herbie's just DNF'd.
Beautiful view. Oh no, that is first for Herbie. But Shaknu looks like he's grabbed the second position at this stage. That's Dirk right there. Yep.
Can he hold on to it though? Yeah, Shaknu just seems to be pulling the corners tighter to the geometry than anybody else. He is really, really tricording as well. Looking out the side of his ship.
He's very strong through that section there. The impound. He's very, very good through that section.
Yeah, Liquid has lost a lot of time on this lap.
Yeah. And Shaknu is also extremely good at the ball talk redemption. He pulls that very tightly. Look at that. He's already gone.
Yeah,
he's definitely tight on those two sections.
Shaknu is giving Dirk a run for his money. Dirk has just finished, and Shaknu only 1.3 seconds behind.
Wow. That was crazy. That was crazy. Oh wow! So
what a fantastic race. So yeah, Dirk in first.
We had the fastest.
Shaknu in second. Liquid in third, and a new fastest lap was set. What was the fastest lap set this race?
We shall know very soon.
56 seconds.
56.24.
56.24.
Wow.
Oh my gosh!
By Dunk. That was Dunk. Dunk did that. Oh my god! So Dirk.
What a performance!
Did the lap 56. On the SCR, we don't have the fastest lap. We only have the collective time of 3 laps in total. So yeah, that's just I wish we could see that.
Dirk's put in 2:59 as one of his faster races. I'm just having a look now to see. We can't compare the time on this race because it's 5 laps rather than 3. You were talking about the
Yeah, we
time
can't do
trial
that.
times versus the race times. And yeah, I can see 2 minutes 59.5 for Dunk being the fastest total time, and 2:56 for Dunk in Rush 1 as well. So it looks like, yeah, 2:56 is the time to beat. In terms of time trials, Boltok has come in 2:52 in an M50, and Dunk has come in 2:55.3 in an M50. So Dunk is literally doing it 1 second behind his
Yeah.
time trial speed. That's the consistency that we're seeing. That's why we're seeing it like this. Absolutely madness. And Shaknu, I must say, Shaknu has put in a 3 minutes and 4 seconds on his time trial time, but I've got to say he is clearly going faster than that in these finals. I think he would have beaten his best time as well. It sounds like Shaknu has got 55 seconds in this final as the fastest in its fastest lap, 55.2 seconds, beating Dunk's 56 seconds.
Yeah, I think that has to be the 4th or the 5th lap that Shaknu did. He was extremely fast on the last 2 laps. He again had a very slow start. He let 4 of the racers go ahead of him. He didn't just fly away right away. I think he takes a second when the countdown finishes. He takes a second to go, and then he catches up with them, because I think it's paranoia of crashing out.
Yeah, I think Shaknu needs to just compare the recording of this race or his POV with his time trial POV that he submitted to SCR.gg and just see where he's gaining that extra time. Because I have to say that this is just an insane pace for him. Coming in and challenging Dunk and overtaking Liquid. It's just what a fantastic performance from Shaknu. So we're seeing the fastest laps on the board now. So we had Dunk 58.7, Shaknu 55.2. 3.5 seconds faster. That is just absolutely mad.
Wasn't Dunk 56 seconds?
On the 3 lap races. Yeah, so this is the finals races.
Okay. This is lap 1. Right. So this is basically, we're looking at this is the second race time for Shaknu. Oh my god. So that what we're looking at the first section, the Dunk, that's Dunk's fastest lap from race 1 in the finals. Shaknu's time is from the second race. So this is the fastest lap and the second race by Shaknu, 55 seconds. So I can tell you, man, Shaknu, from what we have seen today, Shaknu is extremely fast through coming out of the impound section. His line through the caves, through the entrance to the impound section, the entrance to the borehole, is extremely tight, close to the Jacodin triangle. He does that clinically. His turn on Boltok's redemption is genius. Watch that. So those 2 sections, at least from what I can tell, he's extremely fast. He's just better than anybody on those 2 sections.
So it sounds like the grid is ready, but I just want to very quickly talk about points as well. So 12 points to Dunk, 7 to Kiem, 7 to Herbie, 5 to Shaknu, 4 to Liquid Prime, and 3 to Samtastic. So if Shaknu keeps this up, he's got a lot of climbing to do, as does Liquid, Samtastic, and Herbie, and Kiem. They are way behind Dunk. But everything is in it when you when you get DNFs in the race, in a race like this as well, with 3 races to go in the finals. So over to the grid now, I think, before we start counting down to see final race 3.
For any competition to happen in this race, Dunk needs to crash and Shaknu needs to win it. And he will still be behind Dunk. He will still be 1 point behind. So if Dunk wins this race, or if he comes second in this race, he is our champion.
Oh, I don't know about champion. 3 out of 5. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you might.
Because he's
might be
won
right.
the 2.
3 wins.
If
3
he
wins.
gets, that's it. Then nobody can catch him. Because the point gap is way too big and the maths is not going to work out. Even if he comes second, he's very safe.
Yeah, I see what you
So
mean. I see what you
now,
mean. Well, we got 20 seconds left to see this play out. Can Dunk hold on to this, or will we see an upset or somebody overtake him? Well, Mr. Consistent Dunk this race. Let's see in 10, 9,
absolutely.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, Shaknu did
Kiem
not
taking
hold
a
back
high
this
line.
time.
Kiem needs to drop down a little bit. Yeah, Shaknu is hot on the tail of Liquid. Dunk coming up to tuna roll. Kiem coming up to tuna roll. Shaknu already coming around it as well. Dunk taking it tighter, I think, than Shaknu. Shaknu and Dunk are neck and neck coming into the borehole.
Dunk is
Can't see where
not
Liquid
ahead
Prime
this
is.
time. Dunk is not in the lead in this race. The two people in front of him, Liquid and Shaknu.
Shaknu and Liquid, yeah. And
Oh,
Liquid
where did
just
Shaknu
pulling
go? Oh,
ahead
yeah,
by
that's
the looks of
desync.
it.
This is where Shaknu should come out in front because he's very good through this section. No, Liquid has overtaken Shaknu at this stage, or was he already ahead? Coming to the velodrome.
Well, this is a fantastic first lap.
Dunk doesn't need to come first or second. Even if he gets third position, he's still going to be very safe. There, you see
Yeah,
how tight
but this is
Shaknu was through
quite the
there?
battle. Oh my god, he's blacked out. Dunk's blacked out. Can he recover? He's recovering. He's offline, but he's
He
recovered.
knows where he is. Yeah, I think Dunk right now is just gonna wait for these two in front of him. 3 laps still to go, 4 laps. I mean, they're on the second lap, and he's gonna just hope that one of them crashes out.
Yeah. And it looks
I mean,
like
Dunk can take it easy. Shaknu and Liquid cannot.
it
Strategy
looks like
wise,
Kiem is not far
crashed.
off them either. Yeah, Samtastic's had a DNF.
crash. Herbie still holding on. Wow, Dunk. Crash for Liquid.
Oh no, no, Shaknu's down.
Liquid and
Shaknu's
Shaknu.
down.
There
Oh
we go.
no, they
Exactly.
collided.
This was.
We're
That's what
having a
Dunk,
repeat.
that's Dunk's
This
best
is what
case
Dunk
scenario.
wants. Oh my gosh.
That's it.
We're gonna
Everything
have to. Oh my
is-
gosh.
Liquid was so dominating all through Gravity Rush up to the finals and semifinals and finals as things did not go Liquid's way today. And Dunk has just upped his game, and now he's driving this race just Sunday cruise, no problem. 2 competitors, they're out of sight, they have crashed out, they took each other out. Oh, what a day. He just needs to bring it home.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is a Sunday cruise. It's
No,
too
for
many
Dunk,
incidents
right
for
now
this sort
it
of Sunday
is.
cruise. Tearing,
No,
yeah,
for
I mean, they're
Dunk.
just tearing their
For
tires
Dunk.
out, aren't they, if they were... Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. So
When
Dunk's
this race
on
finishes,
lap
Dunk
3.
has it in the bag.
Yeah, coming up to lap 4. Now, Kiem is not too far behind him, so Kiem is coming under pipeline around the borehole velodrome, as we were calling it, and into clencher, tricording, but the distance between Kiem and Dunk is just too great. As long as Dunk survives this lap, then he should be okay.
So did you see Kiem's turn after the velodrome? Keep an eye on that. It just gives me so much anxiety. He's the only one who does it. Oh, it's brutal. Yeah, Kiem.
And shout out to Shaknu and Shaq saying he's having fun pushing with Liquid and saying GG's to Dunk, already giving him congrats because he knows the writing's already on the wall. But yeah, what a fantastic battle. We had a 3-way battle, and I don't expect to see anything different in the next race, I will be honest. Looking to see a bit of a repeat of the start of this race as well. So Dunk coming
you
into
go.
his 5th lap, giving us a nice tour de force of his piloting skills. How many Gs
Really
is he
amazing.
pulling? Oh my gosh.
He just nailed it. He nailed the semifinals and the finals. But he was very competitive throughout our rushes in the beginning. But my God, today, Dunk just blew the competition out of the water. Or out of the vacuum on Levski, the way you want to see it. Wow.
Well, the racers here, they're balancing. He's coming up to Herbie. He might. I don't know if he'll lap him because yeah, Herbie and the Fury
Is
LX. He
this-
can keep ahead, or is that is he taking it?
Oh,
Is that just part where the track crosses itself? But
Very
yeah, I mean, they're
cool.
balancing the Gs, they're balancing the blackouts, they're balancing the blind corners, they're trying to avoid hitting the geometry. There's quite an insane sort of gamble that people have to make when they go around corners at full speed. Dunk pulling it in 5 minutes 1 second for the 5-lap race, and Kiem not far behind him, coming up a pipeline around the borehole and through Clencher to the start-finish line, taking a bit of a weird line, as you said,
Yeah,
kicking
it's
and
just
bucking the
very
M50.
crazy line. But he does it every single time, and so he knows what he's doing. But it's
Yeah.
it feels like he's gonna crash out. Oh, what
Herbie
a race!
coming under pipeline as
extremely-
well, feathering the throttle, and then crossing the finish line, coming in third. So a very nice, clean third place for Herbie. Now, the way that the points are going to be worked out might mean that the prizes that come out of this are going to be shuffled about, I think, because, you know, it's not just first place. We keep talking about pole position. We keep thinking about, you know, who's going to be first, whether Dunk's, you know,
Yeah.
Dunk's going to take it home now, of course.
second and
But
third.
we've got a huge batch of prizes that these racers are going to take home with them as well, the top 3 racers of this tournament. So it's still a lot to fight for. We have in first place prizes, we've got, of course, our Gravity Rush trophy and our medal, which we're giving to every team member. But that trophy there, that glass is very heavy, very weighty, 2956 champion on it, looks beautiful. Is going to be given to, well, I'm not going to say it yet, but we know who's going to be given to, with an Aegis Tiburon. We've got some a race championship jacket, race per racer, a race suit pack. We've got Constellation Alpha Primes and Monster Tech mounts. It's a huge wealth of prizes here from CIG, from our sponsors, and from Atmo Esports as well. Second place, swapping out the Tiburon for an M80 and the jacket for a jersey. And third place, swapping out the M80 for a Misk Starlight. Fantastic little ship. And also going away with the jersey as well. So shout out to our sponsors for providing us with these prizes as well. And shout out to CIG and Atmo for bringing it home for the racers, giving them something to fight for, giving it a bit of drama, and giving them something to write home about. Because I'm looking forward to seeing what the points are like and who's going to be grabbing those prizes.
I also need to do who's in the second position at this stage. That is also, I think Cam is there and Herbie. Shaq and Luke are gone, so it's going to be between Herbie and Cam at this stage. Also, are they getting the Whirlpool joystick for the first prize and the VKBs for the second and third as well? Or are those joysticks not part of the prize pool?
Well, we can just clarify that.
I think Crucian did say... Yeah,
they're all Whirlpools. All Whirlpools, so yeah.
Very cool.
So Constellation Primes for the first place. An absolutely fantastic joystick, I must say. Really, you kind of need to up your game when you are racing with 6 DOF. And so we've got some entry tier sticks for second and third place, but still going to be an upgrade for these racers for sure, because they are brand new and absolutely high quality. And yeah, I feel like you were talking about it earlier, Lens, about the head tracking and about knowing the race, and the head tracking not necessarily being needed, but definitely being of benefit to these racers here as well, as they hoon around doing their turn and burn, moving in their tricording methods, and just sort of like looking over their back shoulder to see where the TVI is and making sure they are they're on target there. So these tools, these peripherals that we use, they all make that difference, especially when the difference is like 3 seconds or 1 second. So it all counts for something.
I mean, look at the masterful skill of these guys, right? Dunk, Shaqnu, and Liquid, Kiem too. I mean, everybody, like Herbie, Samtastic. I mean, they have grinded for this, so very well deserved prizes. And this is not like they just showed up one day and are going to take these prizes. This is the third stream that we are doing. This is a long, very long sprint racing in an endurance format of an event. So very much well deserved for this kind of skill level. It's quite happy that we have prizes of that caliber to give to the winners because they absolutely deserve it. The skill that we got to see today is a 0G track. Wow, the way they've nailed this track is just awesome.
Yeah, it is amazing. And I'm just getting a read from the officials, a call. Now, Shaqnu was in the lead that race before the collision, and Liquid took a tighter line and ended up going through Shaqnu and essentially causing that collision through a bit of a dangerous line and trying to do a pass that was a little unsafe. So Liquid was at fault for that. And we're setting the grid based on the fault, but there are no other penalties happening because, of course, the penalty itself is the DNF, and so the grid is going to be set up with that to that respect. So Dunk is way in the lead with 18 points. Kiem 12 points. Herbie with 11 points. Fair play. Clean, consistent.
This is it.
Performance really does make a difference. Herbie, that Starlight, I hope it has your name on it. Shaqnu, 8 points. No. Liquid, 6 points. Samtastic, 4 points. But yeah, we've got another race to go before we do call it for the prizes. And we can see that the 3 fastest laps on the board before we go into the 4th and final race. We've got 58 seconds by Dunk, 55 seconds by Shaqnu, 57 seconds by Liquid. And the grid is all set, and we're looking forward to seeing what sort of performance we'll get out of this final race.
See, now that I'm happy that we have this mathematical issue, because Dunk is pretty much in the clear. He's taking the first place, but who is going to come second and third? That's all to play for. That collision between Liquid and Shaqnu, that has absolutely screwed up the chances of getting second and third position. So this race is really coming down to the wire. Who's going to take the second and third position? Because they really cannot afford a collision or a crash. Neither Shaqnu nor Liquid. They need to finish very high. Kiem is with 12 points. Shaqnu is with 8. Oh my god.
Yeah,
5
there's
points
a lot
gap there.
There's a big chance for a lot of things to play out for sure. And I just want to see. I want to see that ballet. I want to see the concentration. Oh, yeah. I know we're all fatigued. They should splash some water in their faces, stretch their arms out, give themselves a bit of a shake up and a wake up, because we've got 20 seconds ready to go. And this is the one where they've really got to perform. This is the one that matters. They've made it this far. Can they make it all the way through to these 5 laps to the end in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So it looks like Dunk has taken an early lead with Kiem hot on his heels. Shaqnu pulling it tight though.
Kiem
oh my
is in
gosh.
the lead, I think. Kiem is in the lead.
Kiem in the lead.
And Dunk, I think Dunk is behind
Dunk
him.
and Shaqnu are just behind them. Liquid a little bit behind Shaqnu. Samtastic in 5th, and Herbie in 6th by the look of it. Yeah, Kiem and Dunk are kind of neck and neck, I would say. No, Shaqnu is pulling up as well.
Shaqnu is definitely going to try and get the first position in this one, so that gives him 6 points. And hopefully that will bump him into the third position.
Kiem has fallen behind. I think Shaqnu has taken the lead, has he? I think we're going to find out in a minute. Oh, definitely. Somebody's just ahead. Dunk, and then Shaqnu, and then Kiem.
Was that a crash? Did somebody crash in front of Shaqnu there?
We've DNF'd. Dunk's just DNF'd. Oh,
that was
Samtastic is DNF'd as well.
Samtastic's gone too. Wow. Okay, now this.
Oh, and we got Kiem out as well.
Liquid Prime is out too.
No, Liquid. I think Liquid's still in. There's a lot happening. No, Liquid is out. You're right.
Oh,
You're right. You're
wow.
right. He's just
Liquid
sat
is
there,
out.
isn't he? So it's Kiem
Yeah,
and
so it's between
Shaknu and Herbie
Shaknu and
left
Herbie. Yeah.
on the
yeah.
track.
So, wow, this is so cool. So Dunk is still safe in his first position, but 6 points are for grab. This is the chance for Shaknu to grab 6 points. And if he grabs 6 points, oh, I'm trying to work out the math here. He will get to 14 points?
Well, they're on lap 2,
Yeah.
coming up to lap 3, and Kiem is hot on the heels of Shaknu. Shaknu pulling it in nice and tight through the start-finish line around to turn and burn.
Shaknu can easily win this one if he just keeps it safe and not take unnecessary risks. It just takes 6 points home.
Yeah, I think
The
Shaknu has just been
backseat
getting
on-
better and better and better throughout this entire final round of rushes and finals. He's just been performing higher and higher each lap, each race, each second of every minute, cutting these corners nice and tight, but still nice and clean as well. An excellent performance from Shaknu here.
Oh my god, I got some maths for you. Okay, so if Shaknu wins this one, maximum points he will get is he will get to 14. Okay, and if Kiem gets second position, he will get to 17. And if Herbie gets the third position, he will get to 15. That still doesn't give Shaknu the position he wants on the podium. So Herbie or Kiem, if they crash out, only then Shaknu can get into the podium positions. Otherwise, he cannot. Even if he wins this
and
race.
Shaknu checking behind himself as well. So I
Oh
think
my
he is playing it safe,
God.
making sure
Yeah.
that he's aware of his surroundings, using that rear view
Yeah.
button to make sure that he's got
Right.
clearance before doing the turn and burn. Herbie coming through
It's
the
a beautiful
start-finish
story
line
for
clencher
Kiem.
here.
Yep. So, oh my God, this is such a cool thing. Like, yeah, the gravity rush, the rules, the way this event is set up, it never fails to surprise us. And we have seen huge upsets in these semifinals and finals. Very exciting. Great to see Herbie and Kiem, the consistency paying off. And these guys will be going home with beautiful prizes today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Herbie is putting in a great performance with the Fury LX. I want to catch up to see how Kiem is doing as well. Kiem just finishing the start-finish line, going into his 5th and final lap. He's still like not too
Trying to
far
catch
behind
up.
Shaknu, trying to catch
Yeah, but
up.
he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to overtake. But that's the nature of a racer. You know, they want to keep pushing, but he doesn't
There
need
he
to.
is. You can see him on Shaknu's screen.
Yeah, yeah, he can finish second and still take the second position in the gravity rush this year. Wow, it's exactly like Formula One. The gravity rush is so much in paddle. Wow,
Yeah, this is brilliant. So
so
Shaknu is
cool.
just taking it home now. Is this Boltox redemption?
It is, and he's taking it easy. He doesn't usually take it this way. He's taking it very, very easy. He knows Kiem is not going to be able to overtake him. Kiem is trying, but nah, I think
He is
Shaknu's
right
definitely
behind,
got
though.
this one. There you go. No, Shaknu got it. Kiem will finish in second. Also, welcome to Soul Citizens. They have raided us while we were doing the final race of the day.
Fantastic. And now just back to Herbie. So Shaknu in first, Kiem in second. Herbie going to pull it away and get into third place as well. I trust Herbie to take it home. He's been
Yeah,
Mr.
he will.
Consistent throughout every single tournament, really, not just this one.
Yep.
Coming through the pipeline.
Beautiful job. Really good. I mean, definitely nobody's prediction has come true. Not for the second and third position.
Yeah.
First
And
position, Drunk just dominated that.
To break it down for us, I think we're going to chuck it straight to the analyst's desk, and they're going to tell us exactly what unfolded here in the finals. Over to you, Crucian and Tint.
Oh, baby. What a jam-packed finals with these 6 finalists. that was a lot of excitement, a lot of different changes going across the board. But I think Dirk just stayed consistent across the way here in this Gravity Rush 2956 finals. And we're going to crown our winners after the last race gets calculated. We're going to jump right into it. But for race number 1, we saw Dirk come out in in first. Kiem right behind, not too far. Kiem did really great job throughout the series. Herbie, Samtastic, Shacknu, and Liquid Prime, who I think in that first initial race, it was Shacknu and Liquid Prime that crashed together, I believe, in that first finals race. But Tint, break it down for us, man, because that was exciting. That was really exciting.
I think we saw maybe some evidence that although we've been a little critical of Dirk today for pushing the envelope, pushing the times, clearly he was able to settle in pretty comfortably at that 58-ish second pace, and it's absolutely paid off. He's I think one of the only racers we saw go consistently sub-minute across all of the races today. And I think really that just leans onto practice time. And I know Dirk has put in a huge volume of hours in preparing for this race. And I know that I've seen the same from Kiem, who's been absolutely on a grind, on a tear, going from, basically this being his first racing event. In the course of practicing for this event, has climbed his way up to second place on the SCR Arena Commander leaderboards too. Just absolutely on the grind, and it shows through in how they're able to make adjustments, to play conservatively, and survive through these tough races, even when, as some of the racers mentioned to me, the things are getting a little stuttery, things are getting a little difficult, just on the server side of things to manage. So we did see both Shacknu and Liquid DNF in the first final. They did not collide on this one, just both pushing a little too hard and finding the insides of corners really as it goes. Samtastic managing fourth place in that one with some really solid, pushing of the P72, but we saw him across the entirety of the finals really just absolutely on the struggle bus with the ship diff. And Herbie, of course, Herbie doing Herbie things.
Herbie doing Herbie things. You have no idea how much I love that. But we're still getting our final results here. But yeah, going into race 2, of course, we saw race 2 be one of the most exciting and competitive, races in terms of just time stamping. Dirk and Shacknu literally seconds behind each other, milliseconds behind each other. Shacknu breaking the fastest lap of the day with 55.269 seconds, while Dirk is right behind him at 56. And obviously that still, even though Shacknu was shaving off a lot of that time, still didn't give him that first place spot, which could have saved them in what's upcoming in the final points once we get our top 3. But Tint, race number 2, man, how exciting was that one for you?
I think I loved seeing the way that race number 2 shook out, because it did kind of put a pin in a lot of the strategic choices that we've been talking about across the day today. Dirk originally kind of setting off at what has been for him his much more steady, consistent pace, allowing himself to push it a little bit more as it was clear that Shacknu was starting to close in. Meanwhile, Shacknu was a little bit conservative off the start line, and that benefited him in that he was not under a huge amount of stress in the early portion of the race, was able to make sure he was in the running points. But when we're talking about, less than 2 seconds of difference over the total 5-lap race, it's hard to wonder how might things have played out differently if Shacknu was able to get off the line a little bit quicker, be in the mix of the pack earlier on, and be applying pressure to them. We also saw Liquid over pushing in an attempt to catch back up after Shacknu overtook him. And I think this ultimately caused Liquid to make some mistakes. I saw him go very long into the opening turn checkpoint hairpin. We also saw him pushing a little bit higher than normal out of the borehole, a little bit deeper than normal around the back half hairpin. So it's one of these cases where not letting yourself get rattled and being calm and collected is absolutely all well and good. But had Shackney been able to get in a little earlier, apply a little pressure, we might be having a different conversation about the outcome of this race. And likewise, we saw Keem take kind of an odd crash, going a little bit wide in the borehole. It's a tough space to be in, but it's kind of an uncharacteristic mistake for him. And I'm curious kind of what happened there, if that was some server lag or what else was going on. But Herbie also taking a crash in that heat. So it may just have been poor server performance, lots of extra stutters. Sometimes the ships just don't react the way you're expecting to.
Yeah, one thing I want to ask you, because I feel like Shacknu and Liquid Prime, and I know you know these racers pretty well, but Shacknu and Liquid Prime, these guys are like, I feel like because they race similarly, maybe they're going against each other more than they're going against the rest of the racers. Is there something behind there that maybe, that we don't have like insight on? I would say.
I think there's some racers who will be happy with any podium finish. And there's some racers that are happy that they showed up to the race at all. And I think there's some racers that very much take the Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last kind of stab at it.
Yeah.
And Liquid is definitely, I think, somebody I would put in that last group, where he is wanting to win. He is wanting to be on top of the heap, and he will push more than is necessarily advisable to try and get there if he sees the opportunity. Shaq has been that way in the past, but we've seen him racing a lot more conservatively across Gravity Rush in general, taking some safe options, taking those high spikes in the group stages to avoid traffic, things like that. So I think it's maybe a case where Liquid pushing hard and Shacknu being more conservative, you wind up with this kind of dead heat where if Shacknu were pushing hard and Liquid were holding back, there might be a little bit more of a gap there.
Yeah, and and obviously these guys are racing hardcore for I would say 5 minutes straight. Just I would say it's the same thing as you just going on a treadmill and sprinting for 5 minutes straight because of that adrenaline. And after that race, you're like, man, this is fatigue. So for 4 races, it's almost 20 minutes of just like sprinting the entire time. So 5 laps is not easy, especially to stay consistent throughout the entire thing. So, anyways. Jumping into race number 3, where we saw Dirk took first race, second race, and third race here in the finals. But Kiem was also pretty consistent as well, staying very, very consistent across the board. And laps around, the 1 minute to 102. So 1 minute to 101, 59 seconds. So Kiem was very, other than race 2, was very consistent across the board. But yeah, jumping into race 3, we saw Kiem in second here with about 5 minutes and 41 seconds, because I think that's the race where we saw Fantastic go out, and then we saw Shacknu and Liquid Prime also DNF'd here. But Kiem, they finished with a 5:41. Herbie also finished with a 5:46, and Herbie's fastest laps has been around between 105 and 108. So, but yeah, break down race 3 for us, because I mean we had 3 people back to back kind of go out there very, very quickly.
Well, and in race 3, we did see a continuation of that dynamic that we were just talking about between Shacknu and Liquid, where Liquid wound up behind Shacknu, was pushing really, really hard to get the overtake, and in pushing really tight into the corners to try and make up that ground, the two of them wound up colliding. And so the race team did, in reviewing that crash, give Liquid fault for that one and penalized his position on the grid for the following race. But I think it's a good reminder that sometimes these races get to the point where it's a knockdown, drag out fight for the finish, but sometimes that knockdown, drag out fight has no winners. And both Shacknu and Liquid coming out of this race really in a tough position points wise coming into the finals because of this collision. So it's kind of a heartbreaker to not see them get to close out that rivalry in the absolute last race of the day. Samtastic taking a DNF in the role it's a tough spot for the P72, but it's also just, it's been a tough day for Sam all the way around, and it's got to be exhausting kind of fighting the P72's instincts just to stay in the race at all. But yeah, Herbie's pace, super consistent, as you mentioned, across the entire day. I don't think we see more than 3 seconds of variation in Herbie's kind of lap times, period, for the entire day. It's absolutely just bang on time and time again. And then Dirk coming back to a little bit more of that relaxed pace that he's able to run. It's still a sub-minute pace, and for anybody else in the game, that's maybe not a relaxed pace. But for him, if you're the kind of person who can push a 56-second lap on this course, 59 is taking a breather. It's bringing it back a little bit. It's racing conservatively. It's racing for points. And I love to see that strategy win out.
Yeah, one thing in race 3, Dirk blacked out for like a good, like, I would say 3 to 4 seconds maybe. But the thing is, like, you can tell the practice because he knew exactly where he was. And he's like, hey, instead of staying low and maybe hitting something, I'm just going to go high. And once I'm done blacking out, I'm going to come back and bring it. And he still ended up finishing first there. So, but I mean, during that whole blackout here, I believe Shaq Liquid and Sam Tastic were already out. But just seeing that, like, level of, I would say, remembering where you acted exactly on the track and being able to do that, man, top-notch stuff right there in race number 3. But, like, yeah, that blackout, like, stood out to me so much when he just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go up. I know where I'm at. I'm going to recover. In a 4-second blackout, like, anybody would have probably ended up hitting a wall there or hitting some type of crane in Levski. But, like I said, racing with the variables, desync, all that stuff. Obviously, for some racers like NeoJet and Ricky Dickey and some of them, desync did mess them up, but not for Dirk. Wasn't bothered whatsoever throughout the entire day. Herbie was another one, just one DNF throughout the entire day. So, I mean, it's pretty good consistency there overall, and good strategy by all teams. So going into the last race here, Shaqnu took first place there for that one. Kiem in second, Herbie in third, and then we saw Liquid Prime, Dirk, and Samtastic all go out. Samtastic and DNF right before lap 1, like you mentioned, fighting that P72 Archimedes. But any major changes, anything that you saw in this final race number 4 in the finals that maybe was different across the rest of the races for today?
I think the big one for me was seeing Dirk crash, and I feel like this may have been kind of a combination of bad luck and a little bit of a stutter at the wrong moment. There are some very, very thin antennas right after the start-finish line that I think if you lose sight of your motion, if you are stuttering in that moment, it's really easy to hit here. And that's in part why we've seen Shaqnu and Keem taking some kind of odd lines through the start-finish line across today, is that those do carry them wider of that set of antennas. But, sometimes it happens. The best racers will crash out. And the leadership economy that Dirk had managed to build up over the first 3 races of the finals mean that that's maybe not the end of the world for him. He did complete his lap. He does get some extra points on the table for the final race. And so in the final count, I still see it going his way. It was a little rough to see Liquid crash out on this one as well. I was really hoping that we would get to see him finish strong. But otherwise, we got to see Shaqnu show off what he's capable of. And, of course, Keem and Herbie staying very consistent. Again, coming second and third place, very similar times. Just kind of, I can sing on it all day long, but consistency is always going to be the name of the game when it comes to success in events like this.
Yeah. I have a very particular question for you. Now that we've seen Levski Freedom Ring throughout, 10 races today, is there anything that you would change to kind of improve the race, or did you feel that race is good and exciting enough to, to kind of, make it a good competition like it was today?
No, I think this track is a really, really good one. It has a great balance of risk and reward opportunities. There's places where the lines can be tightened up, where people are able to push a little harder, push a little faster at some risk, without the game being too heavily involved in that choice. Some tracks you wind up with a lot of really, really tight movement through some very packed spaces, and that can be really difficult for people's connections to handle. Buddy, now it's not.
It's okay.
But okay, you can go up there. But yeah, it's a great track, and I do want to salute the Laser team on their work on it, because it's been really, really great to see these racers showing off and showing us kind of how skill, practice, and consistency can build up over time, and what you can do with it in the PU.
Well, with that being said, let's take a look at our final standings and see who our top 3 of the Gravity Rush 2956 is. With in first place, we got Dirk coming in his first season of Gravity Rush here. Took it all, start to finish, super consistent, did a great job, and is going to be your grand champion here for Gravity Rush 2956. In second place, Tint, you called it out. Keem, consistent, doing a great job, stayed very, very well, found his groove throughout the Levski Freedom Ring, landing him 17 points in second place overall. And then just shy, man. If Shaqnu had one position higher, right, he would have been almost tied with Herbie. But Herbie in third place with 15 points, Mr. Consistent, Mr. I will stay in my line and continue to race. Great job by Herbie coming in third place overall. We're going to get a quick interview here with Dirk. But before we do that, we're going to kind of, thank our sponsors for this year, for this year's Gravity Rush, because without them, we couldn't get the prizes that we could get. So let's go right into it really quickly with starting off with Monster Tech. Monster Tech is been a big sponsor of Atmo Esports across the past 4 years, giving us all of that incredible simulation rig solutions and bringing all those incredible, allowing us to put our sticks where it won't move, hopefully. So shout out to Monster Tech. If you guys want your own discount, use code Atmo Esports to save 5%. We don't get any kickbacks. It's just a discount for the community. So shout out to Monster Tech. Super appreciate you guys for your continued support here. And then, of course, our newest sponsor for this year was Corsair. Corsair providing some great sponsored product packages across all of our events and bringing that Galleon 100 SD to life. And it's a great keyboard. Absolutely love it. So, and we also have, if you're shopping at Corsair, use code Atmo. That will give you, I think, 10% off on all, on pretty much anything on the store. So make sure if you guys are purchasing any PC components or anything, you guys can use the link below in the description or panel, or just use code Atmo and get yourself that discount. All right. So, and then of course, Pigeon Spaceport, some of the makers of official Star Citizen model kits, doing, I believe, the RSI Scorpius, all 3 variants, and I think later this year to kind of celebrate in October, I believe in October to celebrate, we're going to be doing a giveaway once they fully launch their Scorpius models. We should be doing something on the Atmo Esports social accounts across the board. So shout out to Pigeon Spaceport for supporting Atmo Esports this year as well. And then finally, Virpil Controls, really doing a great job. I think they just launched their force feedback flight stick, and it looks beautiful, incredible. They did a great job where you can see all the parts inside of it. I think they did great. I'm going to be hopefully looking to grab one of those. I think force feedback has always been incredible. So shout out to Virpil Controls. Make sure you check them out as well in the description down below or in the panels. But thanks to all of our sponsors for really pushing the limits of the prizes. And of course, Star Citizen, who brings all of our digital pricing to life for all of our competitors across all of Atmo Esports events. So with that being said, Tint, I think we're ready to bring Dirk in, and I'm going to let you have the first question. All right, we're standby. We're
Thank you, sweetheart.
all right, Dirk, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Congratulations, my
Nice.
friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
How you feeling? You got that thrill going on, or you kind of already knew, or you're just super happy, hyped up right now?
Just very happy to have been able to come away with that result. Yeah, it was a difficult race. It could have. I wish. I'm just a little disappointed by the end there that I had to crash. I couldn't finish with a crashless event, but that's okay. We'll take it anyways.
All right, Tint, I'll let you take that one. I said I'm going to let you have the first question. I'm over here asking stuff.
I mean, we gotta lead off with, I think, rumors of you being washed, greatly exaggerated. But I'm very curious where your actual record pace is, because clearly the time trial that we've got on the boards for you is not the farthest you've been able to push the times on this track.
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, I haven't really done like a 3-lap time trial like since that one that I did. But I think if I were to do it and I really probably like 57s and 56s, would be probably like 50, like the best laps would be 56s and then low 57s, if I really pushed a time trial and used up all the boost.
Yeah,
So
that's
with
pretty quick.
that being a factor, how much do you feel like you were kind of easing off the throttle in places where you were safe today?
Oh yeah, I mean, especially in the semifinals, I was trying to work. It was, it was really too bad what happened with Liquid at the end, because we were really trying to just work. Like, we weren't really pushing that hard in the semis. Maybe it felt like a little bit, but I do find on this track, if you take off too much, then your lines kind of get adjusted a little bit, and you end up in unfamiliar territory. So you still have to give it a little bit of a push. You can't be completely off the throttle, or else you'll end up throwing yourself off and crashing anyways.
I got something quick for you, but anybody that you were scared of throughout this entire series that that you had to keep your eye on, but kind of felt some relief after the lead that you had the first few times?
Oh, I mean, both Shacknu and Liquid. I mean, we did a lot of practice together, the 3 of us. And actually, when the 3 of us were practicing and getting really consistent together, I mean, they were both beating me almost every time. We'd keep it close. Like, I'd be finishing within a second or 2 of them on like a 5-lap practice run. But those 2 definitely had more pace than me. And I think, a little bit of luck came on my side to help get the win out today. But normally, like, if you just put me heads up against either one of them, they were able to beat me usually.
Any other questions for Dirk while we have him here?
Absolutely. So I would say, with those team practices being a factor, group practices being a factor, where you're kind of working together with all the other racers, how much of that time was spent kind of focusing on overtakes, on sort of safe passing, and how are you dividing that time between sort of practicing the mechanics of jockeying position versus just racing in a crowded environment?
Yeah, I think it was a good mix of both. I think the 3 of us got on at least once every day or 2, maybe every 2 days, since we knew we were all going to be in the finals. And we would go and just, you'd start with just a regular race at first, and then what we would do is we would actually just swap positions, who started in pole or who started second or third, and then we would just race from there. And so everyone kind of got the opportunity to race with the crowd or race and try to overtake and stuff like that.
All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up here so we can get the rest of our guys in here. But Dirk, once again, congratulations, man. Of course, I always love to leave the floor with you, but anything you want to say to the community out there, man, that are watching, that, anything about racing or anything you want to say, man, feel free. Now is your time, my friend.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Atmo. I had a great time, and it was a pleasure racing this event. And just the community, I think everyone should give racing a try. It can be quite difficult for sure, but the more you work at it, the more fulfilling it can be. There's plenty of communities out there, and feel free to even reached out to me on Discord. The name is Dirk, and I'd be happy to help anyone learn how to race. Really like teaching people and getting people into the racing scene. It's a great time.
Awesome, man. Well, I think you're a great advocate, man, and thank you for joining us in this year's Gravity Rush. Again, congratulations. And, we hope to see you next year, man, going and defending hopefully, your belt, and maybe going against Liquid Prime again, because he might want that back going into 2957. So congrats again, man, and just enjoy the win, my friend.
Thank you very much. I know he's going to come back swinging. So.
All right. Take care, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Dirk there, our Gravity Rush Grand Champion. And yeah, man, we're going to wrap things up here. But before we do that, Tint, we're going to bring in our commentators, our casters. We're going to bring back in Lens at Nation and CyberFox. Yeah, I didn't go that far, guys. It was just a quick scene change. But what's up, guys? Welcome back, man. I'm gonna shoot it right over to you, CyberFox, man. And we'll finish off with Tint. But give us your thoughts, the entire event, Gravity Rush. Give us what was the most exciting moment for you. What do you look forward to? And then kind of close us off with something that you want to tell to the community as well, my friend?
Just a small ask there, then, Crucian. The
Just a
entire
bunch of
race.
stuff all in one, you know.
Yeah. I'll talk about the finals rather than the entirety of Gravity Rush, but I just want to say, like, it's been a huge pleasure to share the mic with Lens Nation, especially for such an epic showdown. So, you know, Lens, thank you for joining me, and thank you for the invite from Atmo to host this event. It's been fantastic. I think the track, I want to give a shout out to that. They say a track needs time to earn its reputation, but not this one. Literally from the first lap through the safe stations like structure, the circuit has basically cemented itself as the new benchmark for zero-G. I think it's kind of rare to find such a layout that feels challenging and rewarding at the same time. We've kind of questioned, you know, with Miner's Lament and those sorts of zero-G tracks, how they crunch and challenge the races, and I think this is a really good balance. Laser really knocked it out of the park with this one. Now, it was designed, you know, to be a zero-G track that's comfortable to race with runoffs at each apex, allowing for blackouts, allowing for desync, and yet we still saw there was zero margin for error. We were really asking ourselves the question right to the end, like, how bold do you need to be to both race and survive this track? And I think all of our racers were probably being a little bit too bold as well, because not one of them didn't DNF for the finals, according to our records. But that meant we saw Shaknu as well. For me, basically bending the track to his will, putting down some insane times. A 55.269 in that final round as well, and Dirk putting down a 56.242. So he was talking about 56.57s being his fastest time. In the final, he beat his Rush 2 time of 56.7 for a 56.2 as well. So, you know, I think Tint was asking him about easing off the throttle. I don't think so, Tint. He's putting down some insane times. And then, you know, we were asking ourselves the questions about the type of ship that was suitable for this race as well. Samtastic making us question whether the P-72 could survive out through this entire tournament. And yet he was in the final. But I still think the M50s cemented their dominance. They were built for this type of race, and you know, proved that it was a kind of a legendary finish to an unforgettable season. And then I think my final thought really is kind of we're doing this in the comfort of the commentary booth. And I remember talking about Grim Hex and watching Miner's Lament, you know, as if you're a citizen in the verse. This track, this location, you know, imagine standing there behind the reinforced glass on that station deck, feeling the sort of hull vibrate as the M50s and the pack roar past at their top speed. It's going to be an unreal spectacle when we bring this to the PU, and I'm glad that we are bringing it to the PU, and when more people can join us. So I just think this is sort of a hint of things to come, of what this game can pull out and what Atmo can present in terms of the future of racing and community events in Star Citizen. So those, Crucian, are my overall final thoughts. So back to you, my friend.
I don't think you could have said it any better, dude. So really appreciate you coming on and commentating Gravity Rush for the second year in a row. We're always, you know, grateful to have you, Cyberfox, and you know, I mean, now you don't have an excuse to play the game. So, so hopefully we'll, you know, I'll join you myself. We'll get in some game time. We'll get in some racing. But thank you very much for joining us this year once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Lens, same thing to you. I forgot what I said, so hopefully you remembered.
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts?
No, I know.
Okay, I got you.
I
was
just
messing
kidding
with you.
with you.
Remember?
Yeah, my final thoughts and my only wish is I wish the world had one single time zone, but that's not going to happen. And you guys are not going to do anything about it. Okay, so I woke up for all these 3 streams at 12 midnight. Debrief would start at 1, and the race would start at 2 a.m. for me, and it would finish by 7 a.m. for me. But I will not. I'm so happy that I did it. I will not take it back. I think this was just fantastic. Thoughts on race later, but this was the first time I got to enjoy the Atmos setup, how you guys do this. hats off to Matic, how Matic runs things. And I already praise you a lot, Crucian. So, just repeat everything I've said in the past about you. Tint and Jacqueline, I was always in the awe of these two guys, how they see this race with a completely different lens. And commentating with Cyberfox, just listening to him, doing the last year's Gravity Rush, and listening to him in EA 56, I just knew we'll have a really good time. And we had a great time. I really enjoyed it. I love this experience. As racers take pleasure in racing, me and Cyberfox, I think we take pleasure in just talking about it. So we could have killed a lot of time, because we just love talking about it. So overall, my
Podcast
heart
one.
is full of. Yeah, I mean, we really carried the show, me and Cyberfox. Let's be honest about it, okay? Okay.
Hey, man.
Oh,
Hey,
just kidding.
each their own.
Just kidding, man.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm just
kidding. Yeah. I mean, this banter itself is my heart is full of praises for all of you. Thank you for giving me the chance. Now about the racing, I always look forward to how one racer starts where and look at it from where we're sitting now, where these people started. Did we imagine Kim coming second? Did we think Herbie's consistency is going to pay off to the third position? We knew Dirk was powerful, Liquid was powerful, Scheckter was powerful, but the format of the Gravity Rush, the zero-G tracks, the punishing of DNF, that delivers, and that delivered. That's why I really enjoyed watching Gravity Rush last year, and this time I was here to witness it all. So keep this format, keep bringing some amazing tracks like the Levski Freedom Ring, Levski Freedom Ring, amazing track by Mad Cat, the Laser, and everybody who contributed to bringing this track for the community. I will change nothing about it, and I absolutely enjoy every single moment of this. Even the chat, the banter in the chat, coming up with hashtag Daddy Dunk. I loved it all. '07 from Pyro, Australia.
From Pyro, Australia. I love it. Lensman, thank you so much again for also joining us. And, obviously I won't ask you to do multiple events, but hopefully you're back next year and wouldn't mind waking up early again. But it's not so bad, but I think I think you definitely brought something special to Gravity Rush, and you definitely are a highlight here amongst all of us. And, thank you so much for joining us. But man, the man that analyzed everything for me. Honestly, if I think I had the other name I have for 10 is an AI guy, because this guy is just, I don't know, he analyzes like AI or even better, I would say. So, but honestly, the past 2 years, hearing Tint and Jacqueline talk about kind of like how Lens Nation mentions is I learned so much from racing, and my time is very limited, so I can't get back there, and I can't. So everything I learn is normally from them. So, but yeah, Tint, any last thoughts about Gravity Rush in general, or anything you want to tell people at home or the community or the Star Citizen community?
I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Star Citizen racing community is my absolute favorite in gaming. Hands down, they're super friendly. They're always fun to chat with. They're always fun to hang out with. And honestly, my favorite thing about it is the fact that this is not a community where people are jealously guarding secrets.
Yeah.
Both our winner today, Dirk, and our fastest lap of the day, Shaknu, along with myself and Jacket and both of your analysts for this event, we teach classes at XGR. You can come, join in, learn from us. We teach everything from the absolute basics all the way up the ladder to high-level racing skills, how to stay safe in a live racing environment. It's phenomenally easy to get into the scene, because all you have to do is stick your hand up in any of the racing discords and say, I want to give it a rip. And people will be right there ready to show you the ropes, ready to teach you what you can do, and ready to show you from all the mistakes they've already made in the past. And that's why we see year over year, everybody just gets faster. Every year over year, the competition gets tighter. And so I am always excited to see all these guys compete, because they're all great dudes. They all are always fun to compete with. The chatter is always great in the lobbies when these people are racing together. And so I'm only ever more excited for what it's going to look like next year, when we've had another year as a community to learn from each other's mistakes and our front runners have had another year to get faster.
Yeah. I think our plans for next year is to open things up a lot earlier, right? We definitely want to open up Gravity Rush a little bit earlier, probably around the Damon Riley timeframe in January. So look out for that, so that way people have time to practice and get things going. Every year, I believe around December is when we work on our schedule. So we definitely want to make sure that people have enough time to sign up, do their trials, and do all that stuff, and get ready for Gravity Rush 2957. So it could be you. So don't be scared. Jump on the Discord that .gg/Atmo Esports. You can message Tint. You can message Dirk. They'll invite you over to the XGR Discord. You guys can go do the classes over there. I think it's great. You guys can jump on some racing, get some experience over on the Anzia events as well. There's a whole community around here, guys. Just so don't be scared to jump on these events and just try things out, right? Well, one thing I will say is that even though we were in the PU this time around, every single racer is under the same, they're under the same category of, if it's a server, they should have been practicing in servers of all different kinds, because at that moment, at least you know how to adjust. Obviously, desync can be very, how do I say it? Like it can be something that could happen to you here and there, but I think that everybody was on the same playing field, and Dirk being just so consistent across the board, man, like was just phenomenal to watch. Herbie as well, consistent, crashed probably once. So I think everybody did a great job. Continue racing, and this, like I said, man, this is Atmo Esports. This is the only place where this is the only game where we do these events, and take advantage, man, because obviously sometimes when the game doesn't have the content, hey, we're giving you that content. We're giving you something to strive for, especially hopefully some of the prizes that some of these top three are going to win. So with that being said, guys, enjoy International Bar Citizen Day. Thank you to the entire community for coming out and watching and rooting for your favorite racer throughout the entire Gravity Rush series. We'll be back next year for Gravity Rush 2957. So start practicing today. Get in those races with XGR and Anzia. Come back for Gravity Rush and show us what you got. With that being said, throttle over fear. We'll see you guys next time. Peace.